It is known that dreams cannot be manipulated, except in rare cases of lucid dreamers, as they are in a way the voice of nature in us. Dreams are not invented by human beings, they just happen. They are not superfluous, and only tell us what we need to know, and are not there to satisfy our intellectual curiosity. Dreams are the purest products of the unconscious. Instead of doing dream theories, as each different psychological school does, Carl Jung got the idea of amplification, that is to say, using mythological, historical and cultural parallels in order to amplify or turn up the volume of the dream material to understand it clearer. So if there is a bird, one would ask, what symbolic role does the bird play in the fantasies, religions, myths, etc. throughout all humanity? Much of the literature on the subject of death deals with the development of the personality in the face of death, describing primarily those processes of consciousness which are externally observable and can be articulated. Events which take place in the depths of the unconscious, however, are seldom talked about. So what do dreams tell us about death? This question led Jungian analyst Marie-Louise von Franz to write her groundbreaking book on dreams and death, where she explores what the unconscious tells us about death and if there is indeed life after death. After the first publication of this book, she and her colleague initiated a research project, The Alchemy of Death, on the question of post-mortal existence, having collected about 2,500 dreams. In all of these dreams, not a single one points to a final end, but rather always to a great change or transformation. From her work with older patients, von Franz came to recognize how the dreams of older people produce these insights. She writes, "It is in fact true, as Jung has emphasized, that the unconscious psyche pays very little attention to the abrupt end of bodily life and behaves as if the psychic life of the individual, that is, the individuation process, will simply continue. The unconscious believes quite obviously in a life after death." Dreams show us that death is not an end, but a transition into another kind of existence. Death is indeed the end of our bodily existence. However, most of us are so strongly identified with our body and are therefore inclined to think that when the body is dead, everything is finished. The greatest difficulty we have in imagining our own life after death may well be accounted for by the fact that while still living, we identify almost completely with the body. In Hinduism, the goal is to detach oneself from the ahamkara, ego or everyday self, and know that one is the Atman, true self or essence that transcends one's physical body. It is the veil of Maya which conceals the true character of spiritual reality, creating the cosmic illusion that our body and the phenomenal world is real. To transcend this, one must understand that the Atman is identical to Brahman, or ultimate reality. American psychiatrist Raymond Moody coined the term near-death experience, or NDE, in his 1975 book Life After Life, where he identifies a common set of experiences of those who came back from death, including seeing one's own body lying dead on the bed while one hovers above or beside it, an overwhelming feeling of peace and well-being, freedom from pain, floating or drifting through darkness or a tunnel, encountering beings of light, having a rapid succession of visual images of one's past, a feeling of finally being back home, or being in a realm more real than reality itself, among others. Since then, much more scientific research has been done on NDEs, which seem to confirm that consciousness is non-local, that is to say, consciousness somehow continues even after being declared clinically dead, suggesting that the brain is not the generator of consciousness, but merely acts as a receiver. In many NDEs, the subject has had distinct feelings of reluctance to return to everyday reality. Patients report hearing a voice say, "You must go back." There appears to be a further threshold from which apparently there would be no return. Such was the case of Jung, who experienced an NDE in 1944 after a heart attack, which ended with his doctor telling him that he had to return to Earth, upon which his vision ceased. He felt profoundly disappointed, and reality seemed to have been artificially built up. He thought, now I must return to the box system again. Our brain seems to tune down the intensity of the psyche until it becomes bound to lower frequencies, which confines the individual once again to the realities of space-time. That is why, when Jung returned after his visions, he felt imprisoned in that intolerable grey world with its box system, which is only a segment of existence. The body, which had been irrealized, as Jung puts it, can once again be felt. It seems that from all this, one could say that all material phenomena, including our body, lie below a definite threshold of energy intensity. The unconscious, however, is not bound to matter and space-time, and therefore there is no reason that it should be affected by death. During the day, Jung felt depressed. In the night, however, he had profound visions, of which he writes, "It is impossible to convey the beauty and intensity of emotion during those visions. We shy away from the word eternal, but I can describe the experience only as the ecstasy of a non-temporal state in which present, past, and future are one. Everything that happens in time had been brought together into a concrete whole. The only thing that feels Philosophy is a mode of life, the intensity of emotion during those visions. We shy away from the word eternal, but I can describe the experience only as the ecstasy of a non-temporal state in which present, past, and future are one. Everything that happens in time had been brought together into a concrete whole. The only thing that feeling could grasp would be a sum, an iridescent whole, containing all at once expectation of a beginning, surprise at what is now happening, and satisfaction or disappointment with the result of what has happened. One is interwoven into an indescribable whole, and yet observes it with complete objectivity. In many accounts of NDEs, the survivor's everyday ego is confronted with a voice or with an inner friend, who would be interpreted as a personification of what Jung calls the self, the total personality. In some instances, the ego also seems to merge partially with his image of the self. Moody cites the case of a man in a deep coma who met with a being of light. A hand reaching out to him invited him to come along so that he himself floated aloft and then moved with the light being in the hospital room. The man says, "Now, immediately, when I had joined him and had become a spirit myself, in a way we had been fused into one. We were two separate ones, too, of course. Yet he had full control of everything that was going on, as far as I was concerned." An intimate association between ego and self is described here, but not a complete merging of the two. In another report, the everyday ego is so greatly altered that it closely resembles the self. My new ego was no longer the old familiar ego, but rather a supplement of it, as it were, even if it did seem to me somehow familiar, like something I had always known, but which had been deeply buried under a superstructure of fears, hopes, wishes, and desires. This ego had nothing to do with the ego of this world. It was a spirit, absolute, unchangeable, indivisible, indestructible. Although absolutely unique, as individual as a fingerprint, it was at the same time part of an infinite, well-ordered whole. The two aspects, ego and self, are almost completely united here, but the ego remains part of a large whole. It is not the whole itself. Another of Moody's patients had a heart attack and described seeing himself as a little sphere on the inside of a round ball. It is just this relation between ego and self which Jungian psychology attempts to establish in every person during his or her lifetime, through the process of individuation, the journey towards wholeness. For if the ego identifies with the self, then it suffers an inflation. If it goes too far from the self, then life seems meaningless. A small number of the 2500 dreams compiled by von Franz are death dreams, which are not just dreams surrounding the archetype of death, but dreams of people who subsequently died. Therefore, they are of a precognitive nature, as they can anticipate the death of someone. These are the types of dreams the book deals with. In death dreams, the end of physical life is represented in a symbolic way, but almost always accompanied by manifestations that allude to the continuation of the person's life. A psychologist should not begin by telling a patient facing death, "You have to believe in an afterlife," but rather simply emphasize the individual's dream and what the dream means for him or her. It is up to the patient to believe in it or not. The voice of nature or instinct, which is the dream, helps one to die in peace and in harmony with oneself, living right into one's death. This is a great advantage, since one does not continue to fight with oneself. One is no stranger to oneself. That is why, generally speaking, interpreting the dreams of those who are moving towards death gives them great consolation and calms them down. A skeptic might insist that dreams are merely wish fulfillments, against which the following can be said. It is not at all consistent with general experience that dreams only reflect unconscious wishes. On the contrary, they most often depict a completely objective psychic natural event, uninfluenced by the wishes of the ego. In cases where the dreamer has illusions about the approaching death or is not aware of its proximity, dreams arise that show it with total brutality and without compassion. It is as if the unconscious wants to convey an urgent message to rid oneself of all self-deception. Such is the case of a woman who had cancer and dreamt that her wristwatch was damaged. She brought it to the watchmaker, who told her that it was beyond repair. 2 days later, she dreamt that her favorite tree fell down to the ground. It was all too clear for her what the dreams meant. It was a terrible shock for her, but she had accepted her fate. After this realization, however, she continued to dream normally and lived for many more years. Thus, we must make an important distinction. Having dreams about death does not necessarily mean that death is imminent. There are death dreams that indicate one's death, and dreams about death that occur to people in order to have them face death, and can be interpreted more as a memento mori, meditation on one's mortality. Whether that person would get a salutary shock and continue to live, or if it actually means that one will die, that one is never quite sure of until the end has come. Von Franz points out, however, that there is sometimes a kind of uncanny feeling that a certain dream forebodes death, but that is more of a parapsychological feeling. Scientifically, one couldn't give any reasons why one death means actual death and another means only the problem of death. Sometimes, one gets a gruesome shiver when people tell one a dream about death, as if one's nervous sympathetic system would say, "Watch out, this really means death." One of von Franz's old colleagues had a very severe illness and had a dream that said, "You can go on living if you want." He made a great effort and he recovered. We are free to choose. Other times the dream says, "It is your destiny to die." There is destiny and freedom at the same time. One of the functions of dreams is a preparation for some approaching phase or threshold in life. Death is such a threshold for which the unconscious wants to prepare us. While people of all ages can dream of death, they are more frequent in the second half of life. This is because during midlife, when most people have reached the top of their external life, physically, biologically, and sociologically, the psyche starts a natural preparation process towards death in order to attain inner maturation. This shows that death is not something that happens at the end of our life. It's an opus magnum, a great work, and the effort that we make, the conscious realization, is completely essential. We can thus say that, since midlife, we are starting to live towards this eternalization. In some cases, death dreams can appear at a young age. In Man and His Symbols, Jung writes about a case in which he was approached by a psychiatrist who had received a booklet of a series of 12 dreams as a Christmas present by his 10-year-old daughter, written when she was 8. They were some of the weirdest series of dreams Jung had seen, 9 of which centered on the archetypal themes of destruction and restoration. The girl had dreams one would expect in an aging person who is approaching death. Indeed, they were confirmed to be death dreams, as 1 year later, she died on Christmas of an infectious disease. There are also cases in which someone dreams about the death of some other person, usually one that is close to him or her. A colleague of Jung's was suffering from a deadly gangrenous fever. A former patient of his, who had no knowledge of the nature of his doctor's illness, dreamt that the doctor died in a great fire. At that time, the doctor had just entered a hospital and the disease was only beginning. 3 weeks later, he died. Just before Jung's death, his friend Lawrence van der Post, who was on a voyage from Africa to Europe, had a dream of Jung waving and calling out, "I'll be seeing you." On that very day, nature joined the event and lightning struck Jung's favorite tree in the garden. This spectacle of old age would be unendurable did we not know that our psyche reaches into a region held captive neither by change in time nor by limitation of place. In that form of being, our birth is a death, and our death is a birth. The scales of the whole hang balanced. It is very important for the unconscious that we accept our mortality, for one has the chance to experience in death the birth of one's soul substance, the self, the great work which is the completion of one's inner wholeness. The realization of the self means a restoration of one's relation to God. In the most vital moment of self-realization, God unites, as it were, with us. This would mean that through the realization of the self, we assist at the same time in God's incarnation, God's completeness. Self-knowledge is a reunion of the soul with God. The state of wholeness is inseparable from the experience of God. Individuation, the process of psychic and spiritual growth, is actually a preparation for death, the most essential transformation of our whole being. It is as if it were the goal and sole purpose of our life, and all that is important to the unconscious. As such, individuation is much more important than death itself. This may explain why people who have the feeling that they have completed their life's task do not fear death, for they have done their best to attain wholeness. In the final stage of individuation, we finally become our uniqueness or essence, and also, paradoxically, one with all other souls. The symbols that manifest in death dreams are images that also appear during the individuation process. It is as if this process manifests itself abruptly before death, if it had not been consciously experienced up to that moment. Von Franz noted that it sometimes happened that in dreams, actual dead people came to visit the still living person. This special category of dreams is known as metapsychic or otherworldly dreams, which usually have an intense emotional impact on the dreamer and are characterized furthermore by a unique, indescribable feeling, a touch of eternity. In metapsychic dreams, the dead person is interpreted on the objective level. Therefore, some dreams deal really with the dead, and others with their subjective image that is within the personal unconscious. This distinction is very subtle, and one treads on uncertain ground. In psychotherapy, one generally attributes these dreams to a mother complex or a father complex, and rarely take into account the objective dead. These objective dreams are more frequent in the first weeks or months after the event of death, though they can appear years later too. 6 weeks after Jung's father had died, he appeared to him in a dream, saying that he had made a good recovery and was now coming home. 2 days later, the dream was repeated. This was an unforgettable experience that forced Jung to think for the first time about life after death. Jung had several dreams of his late wife. In one of them, she was continuing to work on the Grail legend, which she had left unfinished when she died. Jung also reports that it is told in dreams that the dead were eager to learn from the newcomers from Earth what they brought over to them, as if they had no direct information of what was happening on Earth. Von Franz also experienced metapsychic dreams. 3 weeks after the death of her father, she dreamt that her father visited her and she asked him how he was doing and if he was happy. He replied that he was happy and studying at the music academy. Then he went into the guest room instead of his former bedroom, for he said, "Now I'm only a guest." Von Franz then thought she had forgotten to put out the electric stove and that there was a danger of fire. At that moment she woke up, feeling terribly hot and sweaty. Jung interpreted this dream on the objective level, that is, as a dream concerning her real father. He loved music but had never time to perfect this gift. Apparently, he was then catching up with something he had neglected in this life, as a form of compensation. In Jung's dreams, however, the dead person continues to work on what they couldn't finish. Jung said that the end motif of feeling terribly hot is caused by being in touch with the coldness of the world of ghosts, which produces a strong physical counter-reaction as a defense against the chill of death. This coldness may be accounted for by the fact that apparitions take energy away from the living in order to make themselves visible. It is reported that witnesses who touched phantoms received a kind of electrical vibration. At any rate, it is emphasized that the world of the living and the world of the dead should not come too close to each other, for they are somehow dangerous for each other. Metapsychic dreams seem to indicate that what we take with us into the beyond is whatever substance of the self we have extracted from the unconscious and integrated into our whole being. It would mean that the more we become conscious of the self during our lifetime, the less we might have to go through it upon death, and who knows, perhaps even after death. The attainment of maximum consciousness and psychic wholeness while still in this world seems to be an essential condition for the coming life in the beyond. We will now turn to some cases of death dreams and explore their archetypal motifs. A 52-year-old man had to go to the hospital for an operation of bladder cancer. He was uncertain and worried about the outcome. He dreamed that an ambulance came to take him to the hospital. In reality, he was still well enough to be able to go by taxi. The driver got out of the ambulance and with a cynical grin opened the back door, and there lay a white coffin. The man woke up with a terrible shock. In fact, he did not leave the hospital alive, but died there after several weeks of great suffering. However, as soon as he accepted the bitter fact that the operation would not help, he began to have dreams about life after death. He dreamed that he was going through a forest in winter. It was cold and misty. He shivered. From a distance he could hear the noise of a chainsaw, and from time to time the thundering crash of a big tree falling to the ground. Suddenly the scene changed, and it was summertime. The sun shone through the leaves, making a speckled design of light in the green moss on the ground. The dreamer's father, who in reality had died long before, walked toward him and said, "Look, here is forest again. Don't pay any attention to what happens further down there." He meant the fall of the trees in the lower forest. The cutting down of trees probably alludes to the brutal operation that the dreamer was going to have, and which did not save his life. The same dream, however, continues on a higher level, where there is life once again. In that place the dead continue to live. The dead father advises his son not to worry about what is happening down there. The unconscious wants to detach the dreamer psychically from the physical terminal event. It is not by chance that the unconscious chose the image of a forest when it tried to describe the destruction of the mortal body. Vegetation is a form of life that directly grows out and feeds on organic and inorganic matter. This is an image that the unconscious often uses about death, as if to say, the disappearance of the person in death is not total. There's something that remains underground, and from there life returns. Plants disappear during autumn and then grow back from the roots in the spring again. A man in his 40s visited von Franz for a single consultation. He had received a terminal medical diagnosis and could not accept it. The night after he received his diagnosis, he dreamt the following. He saw a green, half-high, not yet ripe wheat field. A herd of cattle had broken into the field and trampled down and destroyed everything in it. Then a voice from above called out, "Everything seems to be destroyed, but from the roots under the earth, the wheat will grow again." In this dream, Von Franz saw a hint that life somehow continues after death, but the dreamer did not want to accept this interpretation. He was an atheist materialist and did not believe in an afterlife. Shortly afterward, he died without having become reconciled with his fate. This dream reminds us of John 12:24. "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit." Death is often represented as an old man with a sickle or scythe, the instrument of the harvest god Saturn, who reaps the corn, and man is like the wheat he cuts down. The Egyptian god Osiris, with whom every person became identical to after death, was simply called wheat. The grain which is put in the ground is the dead Osiris, and the grain which has germinated is the Osiris who has once again renewed his life. The Egyptian paradise is the field of reeds, a fertile land where wheat and barley grow much higher than in our world. Egyptians would put wheat grains and flower bulbs inside the mummy bandages or in a container near the dead body and pour water over them. If they germinated, it was taken as a sign of a completed resurrection. It is a widely spread archetypal concept that the dead, like vegetation, come back to life. Vegetation represents the psychic mystery of death and resurrection. For this reason, the image of vegetation appears repeatedly in the dreams of terminally ill people. Flowers too are a widespread archetypal image for life after death, or for the eternal within us. The mandala structure of the flower points to the self. Buddha, the enlightened one, not only sits on a lotus, but also in a lotus position. A patient and friend of Von Franz had the following vision during active imagination before she died. "The mystery of the flower is within me. I am it, and it is me. It has entered me and has been transformed into a human being. I am this radiant flower, from which a spring has burst forth. Am I this? From now on, when I go to the flower, I know that I go into myself. I look at the flower. As I meditate on it, I am transformed into a flower, fully rooted, radiantly eternal. Thus I take the shape of eternity. This makes me quite whole. As flower, as center, no one can harm me. I am protected in this way. For the greater part of the time, I will have to return to human form. But again and again, it will be possible for me to become the flower. I am happy about this, for until recently I did not know it was possible. I only knew the flower as an object. Now I know that I can also be it." Our rich offerings of flowers and wreaths of flowers at a burial not only symbolize our feelings of sympathy, but also unconsciously a resurrection magic, a symbol for the return of the departed to a new life. Another motif that appears in death dreams is fire as the regeneration of the dead. Fire is often seen as a destructive element, but it is also purifying. The fire which either punishes, hell, or purges, purgatory, was for a long time not precisely differentiated. Origen of Alexandria, who died in 253 AD, was an early advocate of the purgatory idea. Hell for Origen is only a temporal place of limited punishment. He rejects the idea of eternal damnation. But purgatory serves as a catharsis. Only for those who cannot be taught is purgatory a punishment. In the Egyptian underworld, one has to pass through a lake of fire, which can destroy or save one. In one of the funerary spells of the so-called coffin texts, dating back to 2100 BC, it is written, "I am the shapeless one in the midst of the fire. I enter the flames and come out of the flames. The shining flames do not sting me. They do not burn me." Fire burns away everything which is superfluous and untruthful, so that when one has gone through the fire, only that which is eternal remains. The Apostle Paul refers to Christ as the eternal foundation upon which each one builds his work. Now, if anyone builds on the foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, each man's work will become manifest, for the day will disclose it, because it will be revealed with fire, and the fire will test what sort of work each one has done. Do you not know that you are God's temple, and that God's Spirit dwells in you? The man mentioned earlier, where the dream informed him that life would continue in the upper forest, now became more peacefully prepared for death. But he could not rid himself of a certain bitterness that he must die so relatively young, for there were many more things he still wanted to do in this life. Then he had a dream. He saw a wood which was green, not yet autumnal. A fire was raging, which destroyed it completely. It was a terrible sight. Afterwards, he was walking through the burned up area. Everything was turned into black coal and ashes, but in the midst lay a big round boulder of red stone. It showed no trace of the fire, and the dreamer thought, that one the fire has not touched or even blackened. The fire destroys all vegetation, but when it is over, something indestructible remains. This is the lapis philosophorum, philosopher's stone of the alchemists, a symbol of the self. Many alchemical texts explicitly state that the stone is able to withstand fire. From the very beginning of alchemy, the making of the lapis was linked with the idea of death. The prima materia, or basic material necessary to create the stone, must go through the stage of the negretto or blackening, which is related to the alchemical operations of mortification and putrefaction, seen in the decomposition of bodies and in nature, where nutrients are recycled back to the earth. After this comes the second stage, the albedo or whitening, which purifies the soul, and finally the third stage, the rubedo or reddening, where the opposites of sun and moon are united and where the lapis is created, putting an end to the great work. The man had to die by a catastrophe, but his innermost core, the red stone, would remain untouched. Thus, the lapis is a symbol of that form of the dreamer's existence which will continue to exist after death. The philosopher's stone was conceived as the mortal body of the dead, which is associated with the mummification process of the ancient Egyptians, who would bathe the corpse in natron, a naturally occurring salt. The roots of the word natron come from the Egyptian word nater, meaning God. Thus, the corpse was literally bathed in God liquid in order to become deified and eternalized. Jung's last dream he was able to communicate before his death also involved an alchemical symbol of wholeness. He saw a great round stone in a high place, a barren square, and on it were engraved the words, "And this shall be a sign unto you of wholeness and oneness." Then he saw many vessels to the right in an open square, and a quadrangle of trees whose roots reached around the earth and enveloped him, and among the roots golden threads were glittering. The motif of the stone also appears in the death experience of a man killed in the war. In a state of unconsciousness from which he awakened only briefly, he saw his mother and father, then wandered with them in the mountains through a blossoming landscape. I found a large stone and turned it over. It was weightless. On the back of it, there was a large number of the most beautiful mountain crystals. They were arranged together to form something resembling a cathedral. I felt happy about it. The image of the fruit is another motif that appears in death dreams. At the end of life, there remains a fruit that will be preserved for eternity. A dying 80-year-old man dreamt, a sick old plum tree unexpectedly bears a lot of fruit on one of its branches. At the edge of one bough, there are even 2 golden plums. Full of joy, I show this miracle to my daughter and to my son. The Gnostic philosopher Simon Magus taught that the universe consists of fire, of which one half creates the visible world, the other remains invisible. He compares this to the tree of life, whose visible part are the leaves, branches, trunk, etc., which will be destroyed by fire in the end. But the fruit of the tree, which is an image of God in the human soul, survives after death and is stored in a heavenly barn. Hinduism and Buddhism teaches us that our experiences and actions are transformed into grain, which represents the fruits of our deeds, karma. In the book of Matthew, it is written, "By their fruits you shall know them. If any man shall eat of the fruit, he shall live without hunger." This is similar to the water that grants one eternal life described by Christ. Psychologically, the fruit is the result of our efforts towards conscious realization, which seems capable of continuing to have effects after death. Thus, a man who had suffered a great deal in his professional life dreamt that a voice told him, "Your work and your life, which you have endured consciously, have redeemed hundreds in your generation, and will have an illuminating influence upon hundreds of generations to come." According to this dream, there exists an invisible compensation. Suffering and pain which are consciously lived seem to have their own rewards, their fruit, but often only in the beyond, as is indeed emphasized in Christianity. Thus, consciously lived suffering has a redeeming effect on the past and on the future of humanity, an effect which is exerted invisibly from the beyond or the collective unconscious. This fruit is often described as the gold fruit, the philosopher's stone, the diamond body, etc., symbolic of a unique quintessence, the goal and completion of existence. This is a remarkable take on suffering, for there is nothing worse than meaningless suffering. Von Franz was once consulted by a woman who had a schizophrenic episode and was in an awful state. She told von Franz, "What is the meaning of my life? I am ruined. Even the medication isn't helping me anymore. What meaning can you give to my life?" Von Franz replied, "You are suffering for God." And she fully understood, and she said, "Thank you. Now I can live." It is the meaning of life that keeps us alive against even very unfavorable conditions. If one continues to suffer and consciously accepts this suffering and understands that one is doing something for the eternal in oneself, then one has made a conscious realization that is essential. And then, when one dies, there will be a fruit. Perhaps this is what the Book of Job points to. When the Second World War broke out, and von Franz was living in a civil defense shelter, she had to think about the possibility of immediate death. However, she wasn't afraid to die, but rather afraid of not finishing her work. At that moment, she saw very clearly that it is to accomplish one's task that is important, not so much one's personal life. The feeling that she would not die before she finished her task remained with her until she reached old age. In her 70s, she finished most of her work and was at peace with dying. She died at the age of 83. Jungian analyst Edward Edinger reports the following death dream from a patient. "I have been set a task nearly too difficult for me. A log of hard and heavy wood lies covered in the forest. I must uncover it, saw or hew from it a circular piece, and then carve through the piece a design. The result is to be preserved at all cost, as representing something no longer recurring and in danger of being lost. At the same time, a tape recording is to be made describing in detail what it is, what it represents, its whole meaning. At the end, the thing itself and the tape are to be given to the public library. This unique quintessence is to be stored in a collective library as a kind of spirit treasury, which resembles Simon Magus's idea of a heavenly barn into which the fruit is brought. A colleague of von Franz once analyzed a 29-year-old woman who was terminally ill. The cancer spread into the brain and she became unconscious. Her analyst continued visiting her and sat silently by her bed. One day, she suddenly opened her eyes and was fully conscious and told the analyst that she had dreamt of standing beside the hospital bed and the sun was shining into the room. She was feeling extremely well, as she had never felt for years. The doctor came in and said, "Yes, you are cured. You can put your clothes on and leave the hospital." Then she looked back at her bed and she saw herself lying with closed eyes, dead. One day later, she died. Here death is represented as a cure. This dream reminds one of Socrates' enigmatic last words. Crito, we owe a cock to Asclepius, pay it and do not neglect it. Socrates invokes the only god known to revive the dead, thanking him for healing him of the sickness of life by the cure of death. The dream of the young woman conveys a similar point of view, as if it was saying that she would now at last be well and alive again. But it also tells her, unmistakably, that her body would also be dead. The image of a dark tunnel also belongs among those archetypal motifs which anticipate the course of death. In NDEs, many describe the experience as one of being in a very happy state, but quite often, some of them had first to go through something resembling a dark tunnel before they could arrive at a new state of existence. When obliged to return to life by medical treatment, some of these patients report that they had to come back through the same passage by which they departed. The dark passage is represented in dreams as a journey to the west, to the place of the setting sun. According to von Franz, the image of the journey in dreams is the most frequent occurring symbol of impending death. We find the motif of the journey most extensively in the Egyptian mythology, where the souls complete their journey with the sun god Ra in his solar bark. The journey to the beyond follows the path of the sun, beginning with a descent into the underworld, and leads to the east, where the deceased return to life. The directional burial orientation of numerous ancient and still existing cultures also point to this idea, that the resurrection is at the same time something like a new sunrise. Psychologically, the sun is a symbol of the source of awareness. The longing for light is the longing for consciousness. The meaning of light also lies behind the widespread customs of lighting candles, in antiquity torches, and letting them burn in mortuary rooms, tombs and graves. This is a form of analogy magic, through which new life and an awakening to new consciousness is granted to the deceased. Death is described in dreams, sometimes not as a tunnel passage, but as a heavy dark spot which spreads out and hangs over the dreamer, or as a cloud which completely obliterates all view of the outer world. In the last dream of the woman who saw the flower in her active imagination, she had a black spot in her eye. This black spot was death, which darkens the eyes and puts an end forever to all sight of the outer world. The spirit of discouragement is related to the fact that the ego still looks too much toward the outside, at the visible world, and does not yet sufficiently see the reality of the soul. A young woman, before dying unexpectedly during a surgical operation, dreamt that she saw a black bird in the depths of the lake. It was dead, and she felt great sympathy and wanted to dive in to save it. Her husband told her not to do it, for it is right this way. Then she saw that the eye of the bird was a diamond that shone brightly. The initial darkness in the beyond is a state of profound depression and a feeling of complete meaninglessness. This spirit of discouragement appears in many people facing death. It may serve to detach the consciousness of the dying person from the outer world, which is experienced as meaningless, futile, and unreal. This gloomy image reminds one of some of the experiences reported by Moody, in which his witnesses are said to have spent some time in a kind of in-between region, or limbo, where shadowy spirits of the dead wander about mindlessly. He writes, "What you would think of as their head was bent downward. They had sad, depressed looks. They seemed to shuffle. They looked washed out, dull, grey, and they seemed to be forever shuffling and moving around, not knowing where they were going, not knowing who to follow or what to look for. They seemed to be very bewildered, not knowing who they are or what they are." Another type of dreams that occur when approaching death is being visited by a stranger or burglar, that is, by someone unfamiliar which unexpectedly enters one's life. A businessman in his mid-50s had the following first dream during analysis. He awakens in the middle of the night in bed, in a dark room halfway under the earth. A bright gleam of light streams in through the window. Suddenly he sees a stranger in the room, someone who fills him with such an inhuman, terrible fear that he awakens bathed in sweat. A year later, he was about to die from cancer of the spinal cord. A similar dream is reported from a man who died soon thereafter. "I come home and close the apartment door. As I enter, I have the feeling that something is there. I look into my room and see an old man over 60 whom I have observed occasionally on the tram. He looks like death. He has come into the house as a burglar. Horrified, I run out of the house, but I cannot lock the door from the outside. So I knock at the neighbor's door and call for help. But there's no one to be seen there, and no one opens the door for me. I am all alone. I go back to my apartment, where the sinister man is still in my room. Death also appears as a wolf or dog in dreams. In Egyptian mythology, Anubis is the canine-headed god of the underworld, and among the Aztecs, Xolotl is a dog-headed god of fire, lightning, death, and misfortune, and also a psychopomp. In Greek mythology, the three-headed hound Cerberus guards the gates of Hades. The night Jung's mother died, an event of which he was not yet aware, he dreamed, I was in a dense, gloomy forest. It was a heroic, primeval landscape. Suddenly I heard a piercing whistle. My knees shook. Then there were crashings in the underbrush, and a gigantic wolfhound with a fearful gaping maw burst forth. It tore past me, and I suddenly knew the wild huntsman had commanded it to carry away a human soul.
But I think I need,
the next morning, I received the news of my mother's passing. Von Franz states that the terror-filled, uncanny aspect of the other appears especially when the dreamer has yet no relation to death or does not expect it. It is actually God who brings death to man, and the less familiar one is with the dark side of the divine, the more negative one's experience of it will be. But the great religions have always known that death and life are part of the same divine mystery which lies behind our physical existence. The threshold is a typical motif in death dreams. An old woman dreamt the following. She sees a candle lit on the windowsill of the hospital room and finds that the candle suddenly goes out. Fear and anxiety ensue as the darkness envelops her. Suddenly, the candle lights on the other side of the window and she awakens. The dream here presents an absolute momentary fear and anxiety when the light is extinguished. Then the candle dematerializes and materializes again on the other side of the window, as if it had crossed a threshold of solid glass, suggesting that life would indeed continue in the beyond. The woman did not know why, but felt at complete peace. 4 hours later, she died. Von Franz compares this threshold to the event horizon in astrophysics, an invisible boundary surrounding a black hole. Nothing inside this can be observed from the outside, because nothing inside that surface, even light, can escape beyond it. Thus, everything which happens within the event horizon becomes unobservable. This natural phenomenon can be used as a simile for the threshold between life and death. The dead go over into another form of existence which we cannot perceive any longer, even though they might still be present in reality just as before. They are in the event horizon and are no longer observable.
Alright, this is probably better.
As a beautiful color unknown to us. When Jung had his profound visions after his NDE, his nurse told him it was as if he was surrounded by a bright glow. That was a phenomenon she had sometimes observed in the dying, she added. This presence of luminosity is like the indication of a light that exists somewhere else. Light has always been the symbol of conscious realization. That is why, when we understand something, it dawns on us. We are illuminated and we see clearly. The alchemist Gerhard Dorn describes such light as a window into eternity, a window which opens itself for the adept as a result of his dedication to his opus. A man who was considered to have been clinically dead for 23 minutes experienced the following. I was moving very quickly toward a bright shining net which vibrated with a remarkable cold energy at the intersecting points of its radiant strands. The net was like a lattice which I did not want to break through. For a brief moment, My forward movement seemed to slow down, but then I was in the lattice. As I came in touch with it, the light flickering increased to such an intensity that it consumed and, at the same time, transformed me. I felt no pain. The feeling was neither agreeable nor disagreeable, but it filled me completely. From then on, everything was different. This can be described only very incompletely. The whole thing was like a transformer, an energy transformer, which transported me into a formlessness beyond time and space. I was not in another place, for spatial dimensions had been abolished, but rather in another state of being. At a certain threshold in the increase of frequency, the psychic functions which produce our perception of time and space seem to cease functioning. Jung never got tired of stressing the fact that a certain part of the psyche is not bound to the space-time category. On this subject, he writes, "In the deeper layers of the psyche, which we call the unconscious, there are things that cast doubt on the indispensable categories of our conscious world, namely time and space. The existence of telepathy in time and space is still denied only by positive ignoramuses. It is clear that timeless and spaceless perceptions are possible only because the perceiving psyche is similarly constituted. Timelessness and spacelessness must therefore be somehow inherent in its nature, and this in itself permits us to doubt the exclusive temporality of the soul. It is sufficiently clear
There's less background
that
noise, right?
and spacelessness
Plus, I
can
might
never
want to
be
try to
caused
record
through
this.
the medium of our
Like,
intelligence.
if I just
So
say
we
it
must
on the
rest
stream,
content with a
I
borderline
can
concept.
cut it, from
Nevertheless, we
later,
know
and then
that a
I can
door
just edit the
exists
audio
to a quite
or whatever.
different order of things from the one we encounter in our empirical world of consciousness. In his book, The Mystery of Death, Awakening to Eternal Life, the Christian theologian Ladislaus Borus presents a final decision hypothesis, according to which each human being at the
I
moment
wrote
of
so
death
much
has
about
to
this
pronounce
shit. I'm
one's
just gonna
final
like
decision
copy and
to be
paste
in
it
favor
all.
or against God. What is decided here subsists before
I'm gonna
eternity,
do this.
since now the act becomes being, the decision becomes state, and time becomes eternity. Thus, one either rejects God's divine love, hell, or accepts it, heaven. In other words, death is a kind of judgment day, but it is we who pass judgment on ourselves. On the contrary, according to alchemical symbolism, opposites are reconciled at the last moment and remain united. All of the dreams of people who are facing death indicate that the unconscious prepares consciousness not for a definite end, but for a profound transformation and for a kind of continuation of the life process, which, however, is unimaginable to everyday consciousness. Von Franz's work answers only a few questions. It raises anew many old ones and suggests many new ones. Does survival after death continue for only a limited period of time, or longer? What is meant by a timeless existence? How do the dead relate to each other? Are there any traces of the reincarnation hypothesis, etc., etc.? With the death dreams she has been able to collect, von Franz concludes that they point to something of our individuality remaining after death. Thus, our sense of individual identity that we have acquired during our lives seems to
that's not
continue
good.
after
We don't
death,
want to say
though we
things.
don't know if it's going to continue for long. But that is one of the essential questions. What we know for sure is that the physical body is destroyed, and we also know that it seems likely that the everyday me or ego that is concerned with relatively trivial matters and the occupation of external facts disappears in death. But there is an essential or purified me that seems to be preserved, something eternal, and that is identical to the self. Conscious realization is the great mystery of human life, and the meaning of life. We are here on Earth to become aware, to attain a higher level of consciousness through the experience of suffering and duality. And what seems to be preserved is all our great conscious realizations that have illuminated us, and will continue to live on after our disappearance for the common good of the human species. It seems that there is an indivisibility of the psychophysical universe, and in this sense, every small step that we make towards awareness has a completely universal effect. If someone solves his or her problem completely inwardly and invisibly, there's a change in the universe, and that is our task. Since early childhood, Carl Jung experienced paranormal phenomena, that is, phenomena that are beyond the scope of scientific understanding. As a child, he continually heard stories of uncanny happenings, such as dreams which foresaw the death of a certain person, clocks which stopped at the moment of death, glasses which shattered. Death is
That
one
was
of the
cool,
greatest.
but I'm trying to find something about like Maza and Rand Institute. I definitely don't want that. Why does this guy has a timer? What is this? That's not, I don't care about that right now. This is a short.
Now, I was skeptical of Popper, but at that time, I couldn't put my finger on what was wrong. David's... Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Garrett. Call me Anton. Now, the brief that Greg and Emily gave me to speak about Ed Janes and David Stove, both of whom I knew personally, and the brief was also to talk about the maximum entropy method in general, and like in what's called statistical mechanics in particular. All of that in the context of the broken science.
Whatever, I'm just going to copy all this shit.
These are wide-ranging subjects, and the common thread, the only common thread I could find, is my involvement with all of them. So this will be something of a selective scientific autobiography. From age 11 to 18, I went to a grammar school near Manchester in England. In those days, the authorities bought some of the places at private day schools. That's what a grammar school meant at that time. After a dalliance with the subject of chemistry, I developed a love for physics. I just wanted to take physics as far as I possibly could, and it turned out that I was able to become a researcher in theoretical physics. I actually preferred the practicals in chemistry, much more fun. I said that I fell in love with physics. Research is a passionate activity. The outside world sees a bunch of physics or mathematics nerds, but serious researchers are as dedicated as top athletes. That is a more fair comparison, but it's not one you'll see on TV shows like The Big Bang. There is a beauty in the laws of physics, and that's what attracts people to it. I like to ask other physicists why the laws of physics are beautiful. You get some interesting responses. Now, after high school, I went to Cambridge University, where there's a great tradition in physics. I got my degree and stayed on to research for my doctorate. That was on the physics of ionized gases in the ionosphere, up there. Ionized gases are called plasmas, although it's nothing to do with blood. Plasma physics is also important in controlled nuclear fusion, aiming to generate electricity using the same processes that power the sun. Today's nuclear power reactors use nuclear fission, which is a different process and not as good, but it's easier to solve technologically, which is why it came first. Now you can view an ionized gas as a type of fluid and look at its flow treated as a fluid. That's okay, but there's plenty going on that it can't explain, and a deeper level of description is needed.
Okay.
It looks at what the atoms and molecules and ions in the ionized gas are doing, and then constructs the variables that specify the fluid description from what the atoms.
Alright, that's a lot of shit.
If I knew the positions and the velocities of all of the million molecules of the air in this
it's a lot of shit.
I could in principle calculate the pressure, density and temperature of the air and the wind velocity at every point.
I think, like, yeah, keep streaming on multi-platform, you know, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, but I might change the YouTube stream to a different channel. I don't know, like make a new channel, because on this YouTube channel, I don't know. I think it's better to just make a new account and set it up like, because I don't want a face reveal on YouTube at all. I want to have like edited videos like the ones I was showing you, kind of, and then the live stream stuff will be for
in this field, and that's called the maximum entropy principle that was championed by Ed James.
The like live stream and maybe some shorter, like less formal videos would be for members, you know, people who pay.
Information and a tighter distribution than there is in a broad one, where you're not really sure what the answer is.
So yeah, I think I need to change this. This is like this shit I was saying on Facebook, but I think maybe, like, I mean, I'll have some ideas for what to change, but
how can a probability average be something physical if probability is about information and different?
It would be cool too if you like maybe tell me what shit doesn't make sense, you know?
That in an underrated
Let me pause this.
Macroscopic prediction.
I want to hear what this guy says, because he's talking about I didn't talk about it in here, but one of the reasons like a lot of scientists and just people in general think about what science does, there's a whole this stuff about science and like what is science doing and how does science work is it's actually part of philosophy. It's called philosophy of science, and why won't it let me? Why won't it let me? What is happening? Okay, whatever, dude. Let me just... Oh my gosh. Stop. Shut up. whatever. They say this is like a Gen X thing. Yeah, I set up a Patreon, but I don't have shit on there yet. Like, we could do the same thing, though, you know, like put the members-only video stuff on Patreon, or do, like, early access to the longer videos. Oh, there's so many typos. Can I just, like, do all these at once? No? Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, man. Alright, asshole. Crucial? Why does it want crucial instead of important? Whatever, I don't care about that. Did I just? Alright. Here we go again, dude. This. Why is it fucking highlighting this shit, dude? Grammarly is such a pain in the ass, dude. I thought I just did all this shit. It's showing me. All right. I think like this might need some more explanation. Alright, so I don't know if you're listening, but tell me what you think about this, how it sounds, and like if it makes sense to you, because I don't even know where to start like with this, and you know, maybe it needs to be a different video, what she was saying about the charter. And like explaining what the whole project is about, but at the end of this I feel like it kind of gets to, oh shit, I misspelled his name. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like at the very end it kind of gets into like what we're actually doing, you know, but so this started from I posted this thing on Facebook. Let's see if I can find it. A while ago, I mean like a couple days ago maybe. It was this screenshot from this PBS Nova video, and these comments were funny. This guy said, electron spin explained, imagine a ball that is rotating except it's not a ball and it's not rotating, which is funny because this is kind of what he's talking about in the video. And then this guy said, the electron doesn't have angular momentum because it's spinning. It has angular momentum because, yes, it just checked yes in the angular momentum box. So, like, the thing is, too, like, it's not even necessarily angular momentum. Because angular momentum and spin are both terms that are used to describe spinning objects, like centrifugal force in classical physics. But so they shot, well, I guess I could just read this, but there's this where we're talking about the experiment here. They shot these atoms through a magnetic field, and they thought that the magnetic field would like disperse them, you know, like in a cone basically across the detector evenly. But they didn't do that. They went like to two different spots. So they went either here or here, right? So it's like two lines. And they said they did the math on it, like to show that if it entered the field with an angular momentum of this degree that they measured in the experiment, supposedly they explained through their results of the experiment, it would take that trajectory to hit that spot. And then if it had the opposite angular momentum, basically it would hit the other spot. So that's why they call it up and down spin, because they're talking about the angular momentum, which was just like a number they put into the equation to say, like, this is the angle, this is the angle that it went. But they're like, it's really not explaining anything. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's not like, it's definitely not explaining like how the electron works and what it is. I mean, they were doing this with atoms. They've done a lot of other stuff since then to try to figure this out, but they get the same kind of results. And that's kind of what the video was talking about. Like, it's a pretty interesting video. I mean, I could show it to you, but let me just read the... Yeah. Wait. Yeah, so exactly, yeah. That's what I start like getting to at the end of this stuff. Because so yeah, I need to do a lot of work on this actually, especially the beginning part, like to intro this. And maybe it needs to be 2 different videos, but I'll just read it, I guess, and see what you think. So electrons are said to spin these quantum objects. Wait. Electrons are said to spin. These quantum objects are often referred to as particles. But electron spin isn't literal. It's not like a tiny ball spinning in space. Spin is a fundamental property of the electron, kind of like charge or mass. But it shows up in how electrons interact with magnetic fields and other particles. We can think of it more as a quantum state that can either be up or down rather than anything physical or classical. So it acts like a spinning ball, but it's not a ball and it's not actually spinning, if that makes any sense. And this is one problem with the way we think about science and its analogies, models, and theories. We often treat these concepts as if they're reality, the maps as if they're the territory. Folks usually believe that DNA looks like the drawings they've seen of double helix because an artist made a simplified model of it, but in reality, it doesn't look like that at all. It wasn't even directly observed by scanning electron microscopes until 2012. This applies to so many scientific models: atoms, the solar system. The maps, the models are not reality. Spinning electrons are not a reality. But many accept these things are true and supposedly verified by science. Spin is just a metaphor for a quantum property that describes an electron's intrinsic angular momentum, which is a property of spinning objects in classical physics. But angular momentum in electrons is not literally from it spinning like a top. It's just a conceptual tool for you to help visualize the concept. Spin is not directly observable. Its secondhand effects, like in the Stern-Gerlach experiment, are what is observed. But then again, this is like saying God makes it have angular momentum. The same thing applies to lots of scientific concepts, like gravity, for example, which Isaac Newton himself relegated to being affected by a divine source. You're observing things, but understanding how they work remains elusive, and the ultimate nature of things still gets relegated to some source beyond comprehension, even if the science is better than pseudoscience. Folks want to skip over that part. Materialists want to pretend like they're not doing pseudoscience in their theory crafting, but they're doing the same things religious folks have always done. And these two things, science and metaphysics, were not always mutually exclusive. They should have never been separated. So here's a quote from Isaac Newton, what I was just talking about. I've not yet been able to discover the reason for these properties of gravity from phenomena, and I do not feign hypothesis. Whatever is not deducted from the phenomenon must be called a hypothesis, and hypotheses, whether metaphysical or physical or based on occult qualities or mechanical, have no place in experimental philosophy. In this philosophy, particular propositions are inferred from the phenomena and afterward rendered general by induction. I think here, like, we could maybe have a whole conversation about the problem of induction and the David Hume stuff that we talked about before, that I wrote a bunch of other shit about. I could probably copy on here. But anyways, so now we have generations of conceptually illiterate scientists and lay people who worship at the altar of scientific materialism, rejecting anything that challenges materialist dogma instead of actually thinking critically about these things. So this is ironic too. I want to say more about this because it's funny that the skeptics kind of like inverted what skepticism was about, right? Because skepticism originally, even in philosophy, like the original skepticism comes from Plato in the Greek. Like Plato's school was called the Academy, and some of his followers turned into this school of skepticism called academic skepticism. And there was like a couple other schools of skepticism, but they went further than just scientific skepticism, where they didn't just doubt anything that was not material and like non-empirically observable. They doubted everything, really. And like they doubted that even that knowledge was possible. They I think it was the Pyrrhonic school, which, you know, whatever, who cares about like the differences between the schools, but I think it was them who had that saying that was like, nothing is true, not even this. Which is like funny because it's related to the whole like thing in that we talk about later in this, the Gödel's like Gödel's incompleteness theorems, and like statements like the liar paradox. This like saying this statement is false, you know, because if you say nothing is true, like that makes itself false. Same thing as you say this statement is false, because if it's false, then it's true, you know. So it's a paradox. Anyways, I think that like is a theme that arises again and again, and like in all of this is that like the whole thing is paradoxical. But anyways, so the Stern-Gerlach experiment was the basis for some of the terms physicists use today for subatomic particles: up and down spin. Right, it's both, right? Or it's like a contradictory statement. I think I can maybe explain that shit better too in the part about Gödel. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, while I'm doing this, like, maybe we could find some parts where we need to like expand it, or like it needs to be its own video, or maybe I could just mention it and like, you know, reference like that we're making a video about that or whatever or something. But anyways, so what they did in the Stern-Gerlach experiment, right, is where they laid a lot of the groundwork for, in that time period, for what they're, all the terminology and all the concepts that they have today. You know, that whole like 20s through the 40s, fit up to the 50s, you know, whatever. Anyways, in the 1920s, the Stern and Gerlach, they shot a beam of elemental silver atoms through a magnetic field. And according to classical physics, to the theory at the time, they expected the atoms to be distributed smoothly across the detector, but they didn't. They collected in two distinct spots. So they tried to make sense of it and explain mathematically how angular momentum and electrons would make the atoms go up or down. So in a sense, like, their theory and the solution, like, or whatever, is an ad hoc explanation. You know what I mean? I mean, it always kind of is, but it's like, you know, that happens a lot in science. It's like, okay, this prediction was wrong, so how can we, you know, make it make sense? So anyways, angular momentum's effect of spinning objects. In classical physics, they called it spin. And physicists today still label electrons with up and down spin. This experiment was important because it was an early example of how particles don't behave the way classical physics predicts. It was one of the first clear proofs of how quantum mechanics doesn't abide by the predictions of classical physics, and that there was a problem to be resolved. But again, the spin was never observed. It was only inferred by a theoretical solution, and the word is used as a conceptual tool, an analogy. But the electrons are not spinning. And they're not even particles in the way that we think of particles, like grains of sand or little BBs. They are quantum entities that exhibit properties of both particles and waves, depending on how they're observed or measured. In the mainstream view, they're convergences of fields, like a whirlpool in a sense, but that's another analogy. And you can see how this gets far out of the realm of observation and science and into metaphysical ontology. This leads to the main problem materialist scientific reductionists have. They pretend like this is science and not pseudoscience. So most quantum physicists subscribe to quantum field theory. Quantum field theory explains the whole universe as a collection of quantum fields. Particles are localized excitations, like ripples or whirlpools in those fields, where they interact with each other in some way. Quantum fields are seen as fundamental to matter. They create matter, but their physical reality is left ambiguous. What is a quantum field? Can it be measured, observed? How exactly does it create a particle? And more importantly, where do the fields come from? These concepts can make sense given some credulity, but they're far into the realm of speculation and abstraction that so-called skeptics want to deny ever taking part in. So what I'm saying is that the opposite of what most of them say, whereas they, science skeptics, will likely say that you shouldn't entertain any fantasy ideas like God. I'm saying that it's not only okay to do this and talk about it's not only okay to do this. I think this Grammarly screwed this up. But it's important to remain agnostic and openly talk about the implications. Wait, what? Something got screwed up here. Well, yeah, something got really screwed up here. Yeah, me too. I mean, not just with like religious stuff, but you know, all of it. I think that's the whole like thing when we were talking about Socrates and everything. That's the whole thing with all of that. It's like if you're coming from like a place of humility and agnosticism and not assuming to know, then you can't be wrong, you know, because you're not like attached to a certain position. Why is this? Okay. Whatever, Grammarly. Oh my gosh, I just got allergies or something. Okay, so instead they're doing it, they pretend like they're not. Okay. Whatever. Oh, okay, I said that. I did say that here. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, like Sky Daddy sitting in the clouds is definitely like a childish image, and I don't even think a lot of Christians believe that. But I don't know. I am open to the idea that there's like some kind of entities, you know, conscious entities. That aren't like I don't know, Christian Gnosticism and some fields of some like schools of thought in like occult stuff, you know, like Hermeticism, whatever. They believe that the God of the Bible is actually evil, and that there's like a higher God. Like the God of the Bible is the one that created the world that we're in, but that God is like flawed or evil or not, like, you know, what some people say about God, like the deist version of God, like omnipotent, omniscient, or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I think the stuff we were listening to at the beginning with the NDEs and like that whole concept of reincarnation and whatever makes like I mean, whatever, like the science people say like it's some kind of cop-out or way to like run away from the reality of life, that like, you know, death is inevitable and you cease to exist when you die, but I don't know, it makes it a little less like it makes like the whole Buddhist thing about like life being like suffering being ubiquitous to all living things, that life is filled with suffering all the time, and I don't know, it just makes it a little more like I don't know what the word is for it, but it just makes it a little less like catastrophic, I guess, or like, you know, I hear a lot of people like criticize that, like, why would you create a world that's so fucked where bad things happen to good people? Anyways, oh, I'm gonna have to take some allergy medicine. I don't know where this came from. Alright, where were we at? Technology like quantum computers, gravitational wave detectors, or possibly even space-based megastructures, if we ever get to that point, could reveal new insights, but some of these quantum phenomena occur on scales beyond what we could ever hope to measure. Gödel's incompleteness theorems show that there will always be truths that are unprovable within any system. There will always be aspects of reality that are beyond empirical testing. Trying to infer the nature of the whole from the parts of the whole is a faulty analogy. That's what I was trying to tell you about last time we were doing the David Hume stuff, when I kind of forgot how it tied in. But I told you I would remember it later. I've remembered it today. Because there's this part where he's talking about that, where they're like, so trying to infer the nature of the whole from the parts of the whole is a faulty analogy. Living inside of a car engine and understanding how the engine works internally would never give insight into the fact that it drives the car. Similarly, understanding a car completely could never give insight into the nature of traffic. David Hume, the great empiricist himself, uses this critique against teleological arguments for the existence of God. Think arguments from design or Christian Science type schools of thought. So like, basically this guy is saying like, if you look at a watch, then it's so complicated. There's so many details, and like, it's fascinating that humans could create something so complex. And they had to be really intelligent to do this. But when you look at the world, the universe is so much more complex. Nature is so much more complex. So, by analogy, that would lead you to believe that like a much greater intelligence created it. Which, like, I don't know if that's right or not. It could be, but like, what David Hume in that book, they start like picking apart the analogy and saying, you know, what some things that I told you, like, well, why not a whole team of gods? Because whole teams of people create these, and like, you know, people used knowledge from like the people before them to figure that stuff out. So like, why not, you know, generations later of gods? Or, you know, what makes you think that like he didn't just forget about it, the god or the entity that created this did just like leave it going or create it for their own amusement or whatever. Or he uses other analogies like the seed of the tree or the birth of an animal. Like, why wouldn't you think that the world was born like that? You know, that, like, you even mentioned nature is more complex, so why wouldn't you say that? But, well, the part where he starts saying is that, like, you think that you can, like, look at these things that are happening inside of the universe and then understand, like, how it was made. But that's kind of like the whole thing with the car and with traffic. Like, there's a bigger bubble that it's in that you can't see unless you're outside of that bubble. So if you're inside of the universe, you can't see outside and like how it was created and like what the complete whole nature of it is. So like, you can't take all the little parts and piece together the whole from it. And that what I'm saying is that that's kind of like what science is doing. You know, that they think that they're doing. Some of them think that they're doing, not all of them. But so his insight about not being able to infer the whole from the parts definitely also applies to science when it goes beyond its experimental observational bounds and reaches into theory of everything territory. Science builds models from what it can observe, but the models don't and can't ever account for the bigger picture or unobservable phenomenon. It's a good reminder to stay humble and agnostic, open to other metaphysical ideas, God included. Just because something works on a small scale doesn't mean it applies universally. And wholes are usually way more than just the sum of their parts. Also, observer dependency interpretations of quantum physics call materialism into question. The existence of separate material observer-independent reality adds an unnecessary layer of complexity. Suppose your and everyone else's experience of reality... No, what? This Grammarly changed this again. Okay, because our experience of reality is qualitative and subjective and entirely based in our own mind. Okay, yeah, it fucked this all up. Because our experience of reality is qualitative and subjective and entirely based in our own mind. In that case, why? Adding an outside world creates a duality that has to interact with and create these internal states. But why not the other way around? Or why not just not take that extra step? This is why ideas like panpsychism or David Bohm's implicate order theory gain traction in some circles. So while advancements in quantum computers and gravitational wave detectors, etc., may give us new insights, certain quantum phenomena occur on scales beyond our measurement capabilities. Like Planck length can never be... You can never observe that. Because, like, how could you create an instrument small enough to observe it, you know? The critique of inferring the whole from its parts extends to science. Observer-dependent interpretations in quantum physics challenge materialist views, and regardless, materialism seems backward since it introduces unnecessary complexity. Insights in quantum mechanics reopen the door to alternative metaphysical frameworks such as panpsychism, David Bohm's implicate order theory, or even Alfred North Whitehead's process philosophy, all of which propose more integrated understandings of consciousness and reality. But stubborn dogmatic materialist positivists are too stubborn to consider them as options. They cling to this worldview for dear life. John Gebser, in The Ever-Present Origin, discusses how the act of measuring and the reliance on ratio, rational analysis, can fragment our perception of wholeness. This is also something Vasubandhu and Buddhism has always said, and Alan Watts lectures and writes about. Our perception of... What the fuck? Why does it add just weird shit? Our perception of a dualistic world is a mental construct. Objects are inseparable from consciousness. True understanding, satori, transcends analytical distinctions. Analysis equals fragmentation. Gebser points out that the shared etymology of rationality and ratio means to divide. Gebser suggests that as consciousness itself has evolved and becomes more focused on quantification and measurement, it dissects reality into isolated parts, thereby losing sight of the integral wholeness of existence. This also transfers into our psyche, leaving us feeling more isolated and separated from the world and each other. This fragmentation leads to paradoxes and problems because the interconnectedness and unity of the whole are displaced by a focus on separate, measurable components and then trying to infer the nature of wholeness from them. But the nature of wholeness was always present to begin with. The paradox is that in trying to measure and dissect it, we lose sight of it and connection to it. Eastern philosophy proposes reconnecting to wholeness through surrender and letting go of this grasping for understanding. Gebser is a bit more nuanced and kind of suggests there's a way to have our cake and eat it. Not rejecting ego and abandoning rationality, but integrating those into a new structure of consciousness that transcends rationality and linear time and thought. Stories like Interstellar and Arrival touch on this. So I'm gonna erase this part. To reconnect with wholeness, in Gene Gebser's view, we need to cultivate integral consciousness. Mental, that is, rational consciousness, at least in its current deficient mode, rejects prior forms as superstitious and mistaken. Yet we still use them all the time. For example, magic spells are shared fictions of language and aesthetics. Spelling. Oh my gosh, dude. Spelling equals spelling. I guess maybe I could explain that more. Like, the word spelling is like a magic spell, basically. Like, by using words, you're doing magic, in a sense. Abracadabra means I create as I speak. The law of attraction is a version of this. But things like capitalism in America do not have existence in physical reality. Let's say like something like that. Science can't reveal or verify or falsify these things. Yet, we have brought them into reality with magic. This conversation on symbols, language, and abstraction goes much deeper, but for now, let's move forward. Integral consciousness transcends, but also includes all earlier structures of consciousness: archaic, magic, mythic, and mental. So, one crucial pillar is to recognize and integrate the previous structures. We have to acknowledge that earlier consciousness structures are still present within us. In becoming aware of these latent structures, we can reintegrate their strengths into our current awareness. Another pillar is to cultivate transparency, that is, diaphaneity. Diaphanous is like, this is also like from a Greek word, but it's like, it means transparency pretty much. It's like butterfly wings, basically. It's like you can see through them. So like diaphaneity basically just in this context means seeing through the world and all the past and the future and all these other structures of consciousness, to see like that they're all connected into one whole, basically. So we can develop the ability to see through different perspectives, understanding that each offers a partial view of reality. All perspectives will carry some truth. This diaphanous view allows for a more holistic perception where different viewpoints can be integrated rather than gridlocked in opposition. So I think this is like so the whole like this part, this first pillar or whatever is this conversation and some of this like philosophy of science and consciousness studies and like history and the context of everything. Like we do some of that with the Metapolitic, but this is more of just, this is like what we're doing now, basically. Is like trying to see all this stuff all together. And like be open to that too, you know, like to like not cling so tightly onto, because part of the mental structure, what he's saying is that like, and like rationality is this this seeing like the opposites as contradictions, you know, whereas like in Eastern, like the yin yang, or like in what he calls the mythical structure of consciousness, these opposites are seen as like opposite poles, but like complementary still. You know, like light and dark are, you can't have one without the other, basically. So they're just like the opposite side of the coin. But in our structure of consciousness that we're in, these things become like light is better than dark. You know what I mean? So it's like one is good and one is bad, or like one is right and one is wrong. You know, so like this is like really based in just like logical thinking altogether. But anyways, like it's just this tendency to sort things that way, like in our own mind. Whatever. So I think number 2 is more of what we're doing with Metapolitic, right? So Metapolitic and the whole like notes on dialogue thing, and the Socratic dialogue and the open conversation about stuff. You know, like it's that project is all about politics, obviously, but it's still trying to take like this bigger picture view of politics and put it in a historical context, and also practice Socratic dialectic, you know, in conversations and approaching conversations about it. So, but I think this is like part of it. There's this Ken Wilber quote where he's that I really like, where he says, wait, okay, where is it? Like I maybe put this in here, like put it on the video. I have one major rule: everybody is right. More specifically, everybody, including me, has some important pieces of truth, and all those pieces need to be honored, cherished, and included in a more gracious, spacious, and compassionate embrace. So I think this kind of is the same idea as like Stephen Covey's seek first to understand and then to be understood, or, you know, the Socrates stuff, like Socrates was never wrong because he wasn't trying to be right type of thing. I think this is all related because it's like he's not saying everybody's right about everything all the time, obviously. He's just saying, like, I think I might have read something else that he wrote where he kind of explains this more, or it might have been this actual book where he says this actual quote, but like more in context. But he's kind of saying, like, I can't believe that anybody would like support something or believe in something that they don't see any value in. So like, what is the value that they're seeing and what they're supporting? You know? Like, where is it coming from? And like that creates like conditions for listening and understanding, you know? And like that creates conditions for actual communication to happen. Otherwise, like if we're just trying to like tell people why they're wrong and get people to understand us, like it doesn't work. It never works. Then that's like the conundrum that we're in usually. This shit works because since I've applied it, it slows down emotional responses. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff I mean, I have like some, you know, philosophy background in general. I mean, like whatever. There's a lot of stuff like the Stephen Covey is like leadership management stuff, or, you know, it's everywhere. Like I have my exposure to it in certain like backgrounds. But, you know, that like Tiffany Bednar, for example, she studied a lot in like somatic reprogramming stuff, which I don't know a lot about. But whenever you talk about that, like emotional response and like slowing down your nervous system or whatever, like that's the stuff she's always talking about. I mean, she's not always talking about it. This is like a lot of what she based her curriculum for her school for like the kids and stuff in. Was like this stuff. So it's like a lot of body work, and like even some of the stuff I think that like Nick is doing with his coaching and everything is like it has some kind of like relation to this, because like I haven't like done a lot of life coaching with people. I have a good friend who's a life coach though, and his is more like traditional. It's like I'm not saying he's like like he's great. He's a really good coach, but it's more traditional. It's focused in like, you know, what can we do and what actions can we take and what habits can we build and that kind of stuff, which is great. But when Nick works with you on, you know, something that like say you're like in a really stressful situation and like just having a hard time dealing with something, you know, the kind of one of the techniques that he uses is to say, like, you know, to have a few deep breaths, like take a minute, slow down, like do this with me. All right, close your eyes and try to like visualize what it feels like. Where is it in your body? And like, what does it feel like? And what does it like look like? What is it shaped like? You know, and those kind of things. And kind of just like putting some kind of form to it. And I know there's like tons of all kinds of body work, you know, like movement therapy stuff and whatever, but I feel like it relates to that, because they did this too with headaches. I've seen people do this with headaches, where they're like, they'll ask the person with the headache to like say exactly where the headache is and like what does it feel like and what color is it, does it have a color, does it have like a temperature, does it have like, and assign all these properties to it. And in doing that, like the headache dissipates, you know, and they're like, shit, I don't have a headache anymore. And I think that this is similar to just like the whole concept of Buddhists, like not rejecting or running away from these things or trying to like control them or avoid them, you know, like that's causes additional suffering, and like kind of like a resistance creates persistence thing, you know, where it's like They talk about this in meditation, where they're like, you're trying to resist thoughts or you're trying to resist thinking, you know, because you want to like chill and be quiet and stop getting distracted so you can be mindful. But it's like I think it was Andy Puttycombe, Headspace, talks about it, where he's like, it's like a car driving by, you know, and it's like you standing in front of the car and trying to like push the car and like keep it from driving. And you like really all you need to do is just get out of the way and watch the car go by. It might go by really slow, but it's gonna go by eventually. So just watch it and like let it go. So I think like it ties in, that all that stuff ties in, you know. And I guess that's really kind of like a good segue into that third pillar, because the third pillar is all about that. It's more of like it aligned with a lot of the Eastern spirituality stuff. Yeah, sure. It's all tied in, you know, it's all... No, I mean, it's there, like, I love psychology and I love all that stuff. But yeah, they go hand in hand, you know, like especially when we're talking about consciousness. You know what I mean? Because like that's what is consciousness. It is the psyche, right? Like in some sense of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I don't know if you've ever read Carl Jung's Red Book. Maybe we could do that in the book club at some point. But Carl Jung is by far my favorite psychologist. I mean, I know he's like one of the originators, him and Freud. But like a lot of psychology kind of went down the road of Freud. And Jung, like, not as much. I think actually today, like Freud, nobody does like Freudian. The United States especially doesn't do any of those. Freud, Jung, or Lacan. Some people do, but it's like not. Those methods aren't insured. Like health insurance doesn't pay for them because they're not like data backed. The insurance companies don't like believe that they actually work, I guess, or whatever, because they you know, they don't have like scientific studies showing their efficacy or whatever. But anyways, the third pillar is like right along those lines, like time freedom is something that Gene Gebser talks about. I always say Gene, but I think it's actually pronounced John. John Gebser talks about time freedom and like integral consciousness being defined by this post-linear time consciousness. So it's like we think of things linearly, whereas like the preceding structure of consciousness, time was viewed more cyclically. So everything was about cycles and like preserving the cycles and whatever. But for us, it's more about linear, like one after another, like dominoes falling, cause and effect, and like even sometimes like getting to a certain point, like progress and doing better than you did before and those kind of things. So, and these are like all big in the Enlightenment, but John Gebser talks about the origin being timeless, and integral being like post-linear time, where it's he calls it time freedom. He kind of distinguishes them from each other in a way, because the origin, like archaic consciousness, was basically like being an animal. It's not self-aware, and it's like being asleep, basically. Or being an infant, or being Helen Keller before she learned language. You know what I mean? Like, but I guess I'll just read this part. And then I gotta take some allergy medicine. I'm getting crazy over here. So, a third pillar is to embrace the concept of time freedom. We have to give a gift. What? This fucking Grammarly bullshit. This is why I hate this, dude. You have to give a gift from linear. I don't know what that's trying to say. We have to. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I took that fucking medicine, dude. My friend at work gave me this shit today. Like, organic plant alkaloid. Because I have, like, chronic pain. And he was saying that this shit is really good. I looked it up. It's like it's kind of like kratom or something, but it's like an extract. You know, so that's why I'm fucking itchy, because I think it acts on opioid receptor or something. But anyways, we have to transcend. I don't know. I gotta redo this, whatever. But basically, we have to get beyond the linear perception of time, to recognize the ever-present origin where past, present, and future are all integrated. So it's like when you feel like deja vu. Yeah, Grammarly fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, Freud. I see. The Freud like libidinal stuff is really interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine about that, but I think about that a lot with like serial killers and just people who have like weird like kink violence problems and stuff. But yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. Like usually I just deal with it. It's crazy. I was when I got this I got a UCL replacement. Tommy John surgery. And they when they did my images, the doctor came back, the surgeon came back and was like, after he looked at my stuff, he was like, all right, here's the thing, dude, because like we can fix your ligament and it's going to tighten up your elbow and like fix some of the instability problems that you're having and everything. But the thing is, like, and he showed me the x-ray film. He was like, you see all these little like all these little white dots? There was a bunch like all over the place. And he was like, that's those are calcium deposits. That's arthritis. And he was like, your arthritis in your elbow is so advanced that it's like, we usually don't see this in people who are like under 60 years old. So he was like, like just the fact that you're walking around all day without complaining is like he was like, it's crazy. It's like I don't know how you deal with that. Like, because he asked me, he's like, are you on any like pain management, pain meds? Or I was like, nah, man. But he was like, yeah, it's crazy that you're not like just in debilitating pain from arthritis, because this looks pretty bad. And he was like, because the thing is, if I give you this surgery, it's gonna fix the instability stuff, but it might make your arthritis worse. I was like, nah, fuck it, do it, man. But anyways, yeah, so I think actually that's probably the least of my problems. I got like some other joint shit that really fucking bothers me, especially on the back of my shoulder. But anyways, whatever. I'm not here to complain about it. I'm just saying, like, this shit, I hate taking painkillers. That's one reason why I don't, like, ask them for them. Because it makes my face itch so fucking bad. Like, I'm really sensitive to pretty much all medication, but, like, if they give me, like, Vicodin or Percocets or anything, like, that shit, it ruins my fucking life, man, and I hate it. Yeah, that's what I get for being a fucking maniac. Just like abusing my body when I was younger. Doing crazy shit. MMA and jumping off of high shit and climbing trees and being a fucking idiot. I really ran myself into the ground. What is that? Well, yeah, for sure. Oh my god. I don't even know if allergy medicine will help this. Since I forgot, like, I didn't know it was gonna be that strong. I mean, I don't feel pain. So that's good. Anyways, let me read this over. I don't even know what to do with this. Wait, you're saying that's what I have? Oh. Do you have tattoos? You do, right? Yeah, my joints are fucked too. That thing it was saying about loose skin, it reminded me of my brother-in-law. He's a tattoo artist, and he was complaining about tattooing people with loose skin. Especially older folks when their skin gets like real dry and stuff. Oh yeah, that's fucked up. So like, whenever you feel like you have deja vu, fucking Jung talks about this a lot too. Like in synchronicity and all that. But whenever you feel like you have deja vu, that's kind of like what I feel like, even though I don't think Gene Gebser actually talks about deja vu, I feel like that's what he's talking about. It's kind of like, it would be like living in that, or kind of like being in flow state, or like whatever. But, this is what I was talking about, existing in stories like Interstellar and Arrival. Time freedom allows for a more comprehensive understanding of existence. It's also probably the most challenging and elusive, but also the most pointed to an Eastern spirituality of the three pillars. Eastern spirituality suggests some ways to practice it are meditation and mindfulness, holistic thinking, embracing creativity, and reflective practices. I'd also recommend the use of certain psychoactive substances, but not necessarily in recreational settings. That's not bad, but there are reasons why ancestor cultures highly safeguarded and ritualized the use of these medicines, as well as that they were used in cultural context that lent itself to their efficacy, like magical thinking. You know, like, there is something that Gene Gebser talks about in Ever-Present Origin at the very beginning, like near the very beginning, where he talks about like the shift into the mental structure and why, like, how the Aztecs wrote about the Spanish coming and them going and trying to cast spells on the Spanish that didn't work. Like the spells had no effect, because like they didn't have that cultural context for it to be able to work, you know, because they looked at the world differently. So I feel like having a cultural context where those things can be more effective really, you know, helps them be more effective. like in that video I sent you, the Jamie Wheel thing, where I don't know if that he talked about it in that part I sent you, but where he was talking about like the Lakota Indians when they would do their peyote coming of age ceremony with the males. It was like growing up in a tribe, you get all these examples of masculinity and you know, how to be a man from other men in the tribe, including your father. But then like they teach you all these skills, the hunting and the survival stuff, just the cultural, you know, practices and things, the way like that they do things. But then when you're ready, you do the ceremony, you take the peyote, they send you out into the wilderness for 3 days to see whatever you see. You're supposed to get like a sign from the gods or whatever of like, you're supposed to gain some like deeper insight or understanding into yourself and the world and the nature of things that then becomes like your kind of like guiding North Star for the rest of your life. And they do that one time. You know, it's not like they're going out to listen to, you know, music every weekend and taking peyote. You know, like this was like a religious, like sacred thing that they were doing. So, I'm not that like, I don't know, tight about it where I'm like, it should only be once or whatever. You know, like I'm open to whatever, but I definitely think that I agree with what Jamie Wheel was saying about how a lot of people are they're going like to the wishing well way too much to the point where it like becomes ineffective. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, yeah, they're fucking idiots, dude. They're like robots. Yeah. So I think like even like I'm not saying it shouldn't be. You know, maybe going to a festival and taking it at a festival is fine, but it still should be like, you know, there should be some like level of, I don't know, sacredness or like, you know, importance attached to it where it's like, you know, I'm gonna have this experience and like try to receive whatever, you know, I'm gonna receive, like, and make something of it, you know, instead of like I just want to go have fun. But anyways, like that's a whole nother conversation too. Like we could do a fucking whole video or series of videos about that, like psychedelics and medicines and whatever. Because there's also I really want to try to practice this year a lot more of that the holotropic breathing stuff that I was doing. I actually met the guy through Nick, George, the meditation teacher, who showed us, and I got his like 30-day thing, and I want to do that 30-day challenge because like I think you can get to these kind of states in other ways. It's not just like the psychoactive stuff is like a forced, you know, and like maybe less lasting, I guess, effect. Because I think people have these things like when they're doing sports sometimes, when they're doing art, when they're sometimes like just, you know, like out in nature. Or like there's like little mini times sometimes where we have these experiences where it's like the wind blows just right, or like, you know, like you're looking at somebody you care about and you are just like fully alive basically. And I guess I think that's like kind of what what we were saying earlier about like what up here, the Eastern spirituality stuff, was saying about the perception of the material world, like the measurement, the rationalization, the analysis, the separation of those things is all a mental construct, and it takes us away from that. You know, it takes us away from being fully alive and fully present. So that's like a way to incorporate this concept of time freedom, I think, because honestly, we don't even really know what it looks like. You know what I mean? Like, I think we have like flashes of it. We have glimpses of it in those experiences, but to know how it is to live in that mentality, basically, we don't even really know. So we're trying to practice it together. So this is more of like this first one, I think, is more of like philosophy, metaphysics, like science, the stuff, you know, that we're talking about here. This is more of like practicing a lot of the stuff we're doing in Metapolitic, but just like, yeah. I mean, I think that's the practical side of it. Like the conversational side of it is that. So all three of these like tie together and overlap each other, but this is more of like that project. And then the third one is more like a spiritual kind of practice, is the way it seems to me. So I don't know. I like just reading through this, like it definitely needs to be expanded on and like make more sense, and maybe even be separate videos. But I don't know. I don't even really know where to start. Like with that, kind of what she was talking about, like to make kind of project charter for the whole thing, the whole project, not just Metapolitic, like everything. Because I mean, I have some mission statements and stuff and like whatever for Metapolitic and for the project. I guess I could pull it up. I could try to pull it up here. I wrote some stuff. I should probably give you access to. Is it two different? Oh, fuck you. So, I don't know. What should I do with this? Can I put it in that ClickUp thing? If not, I could probably drop it in Discord or like Google Drive or something. Docs. Here we go. I think I'll just like copy and paste it as I go. Alright, I put it in there. At least I think it's in there. Yeah, it's in there. But, I mean, maybe off of that, this is kind of just like, I don't know. I'm glad I got on here because I feel like talking about this stuff take like why I called it that, like the Ouroboros, because I mean you know what it is, right? The snake that eats its own tail. It kind of in a way too, it kind of reminds me of like Brahman from the like Hinduism, or just like the whole kind of like ground of reality, you know. But it's like I like it because it's like you know, the world serpent. It's like cyclical. It's like cycles, but it's also like kind of the I don't know. It's like the there's so many things, like kind of like the Phoenix thing, where it's like death and rebirth. All these like dualities are like embodied by it. But also it's like the guy said it in that video we were watching last time, where he was talking about like science and these kind of like paradoxes and like seeming contradictions and like the way that the world works. And so it kind of symbolizes all of that to me, you know, like Plus, I don't know. There's something deeper too, like with the symbology of like the snake stuff. Which, like, I'm not like a big fan of snakes or whatever, but it's like they're everywhere and all this like religious stuff and everything. Wow, that's cool. Oh god, this shit is fucking. Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna take some allergy medicine because this shit is driving me so crazy. I don't know if it's gonna help, but hopefully. Oh my god. Yeah, Benadryl makes me pass the fuck out. I have to take Allegra. Because, like, the other shit, I mean, I guess, Cetirizine or whatever it is. Claritin? It works okay, but... Kind of like... Okay, yeah, this is good. This guy. Oh, he's a commander. Benadryl, yeah. I mean, I could probably take like... I could probably take like a half of one or like a quarter of one or something. I think that's what they give you at like the mental hospital too. They give you freaking out. They give you Benadryl and something else. It's their like magic concoction. Yeah, there's another anti-anxiety medicine they give you for but it's like it's hydroxyzine, but it is also an antihistamine. It's like Benadryl. Yeah, Unisom and Benadryl. Ship build speed. I think maybe this one for... Yeah, I need to fix that thing up. Like, I thought it was a good basis for a script, but now that I read it, it kind of seems like it's all over the fucking place. Like, I need to do some work on it to make it make sense. At least for a video. So, 1K. I need like... I'm gonna be trapped in here. Yeah, that's smart. I used to love English. That was my favorite class in high school. Oh, I did like honors English and all that. Yeah, in one of my classes, I think it was before I did honors shit. It was maybe like my sophomore year or something. My teacher we would have to read our shit all the time in front of the class, and she would make me go last because she, like the other kids, felt bad if they had to go after me. Yeah, I loved it. Just because I was a fucking nerd and I read all the time. I was probably a better writer then than I am now. Yeah, my oldest daughter did out here they don't call it AP or honors or whatever they call it. They have this program called IB, International Baccalaureate or something, but you get college credit for it. It's like college prep, but she did one, and I think it was her senior year, and it stressed the fuck out of her, man. She was having a hard time. Like, not that it was like, you know, like intellectually challenging for her. I think her teacher was just like really demanding as far as like, I don't know. She always felt like she wasn't doing enough or wasn't doing good enough. But they read some really crazy shit. They read, I think I have it right here. They read this book called Ceremony, which is really cool. But it's like written by a Native American author, and it's like it has no chapters. It's just like one long story. But it's all about like storytelling and the power of storytelling, basically. I don't know. It's really fucked up. It's like she asked me to read that book because she said it made her cry. And then they read Into the Wild, I think is what it's called. The Chris McCandless story. And then who wrote that? I think it was Ginsberg. They read Ginsberg. Yeah, they read Howl by Ginsberg. They had to like analyze it. I think that was like the one she was telling me that she was having trouble with. It's a really good poem if you've never read it. It's a little bit long, but it, I think, was like the inspiration for this. We should put this on the reading for the dystopian group or whatever. I mean, Moloch is like from mythology and whatever. I think it's in the Bible. Yeah, it's in Leviticus. But so I mean, he might have just got it straight from there, but this wait. Oh yeah, this is from Hal actually. Okay, yeah. This is really good. This, I don't know what you would call this, an essay or whatever. It kind of ties into that whole, I don't know, like the Borg capitalism thing. I mean, he says it's more than just capitalism in this. But this is really good, actually. This thing is. Oh my gosh. I should show this to my kid. I don't know if she's ever read this. I think he talks about. Oh yeah, he does. It's definitely a piece of it. Yeah. Maybe we could just read this right now. I gotta read this and then like clip the audio. Allen Ginsberg's famous poem on Moloch. What sphinx of cement and aluminum bashed open their skulls and ate up their brains and imagination? Moloch, solitude, filth, ugliness, ash cans and unobtainable dollars, children screaming under the stairways, boys sobbing in armies, old men weeping in the parks. Moloch, Moloch, nightmare of Moloch, Moloch the loveless, mental Moloch, Moloch the heavy judger of men, Moloch the incomprehensible prison, Moloch the crossbone of soulless jailhouse and congress of sorrows, Moloch whose buildings are judgment, Moloch the vast stone of war, Moloch the stunned governments, Moloch whose mind is pure machinery, Moloch whose blood is running money, Moloch whose fingers are 10 armies, Moloch whose breast is a cannibal dynamo, Moloch whose ear is a smoking tomb, Moloch whose eyes are 1,000 blind windows, Moloch whose skyscrapers stand in the long streets like endless Jehovah's, Moloch whose factories dream and croak in the fog, Moloch whose smokestacks and antennae crown the cities, Moloch whose love is endless oil and stone, Moloch whose soul is electricity and banks, Moloch whose poverty is the specter of genius, Moloch whose fate is a cloud of sexless hydrogen, Moloch whose name is the mind, Moloch in whom I sit lonely, Moloch in whom I dream angels, crazy in Moloch, cocksucker in Moloch, lack love and manless in Moloch, Moloch who entered my soul early, Moloch in whom I am a consciousness without a body, Moloch who frightened me out of my natural ecstasy, Moloch whom I abandoned. Wake up in Moloch, light streaming out of the sky. Moloch, Moloch, robot apartments, invisible suburbs, skeleton treasuries, blind capitals, demonic industries, spectral nations, invincible madhouses, granite cocks, monstrous bombs. They broke their backs lifting Moloch to heaven, pavement, trees, radios, tons, lifting the city to heaven which exists and is everywhere about us. Visions, omens, hallucinations, miracles, ecstasies, gone down the American river, dreams, adorations, illuminations, religions, The whole boatload of sensitive bullshit, breakthroughs, over the river, flips and crucifixions, gone down the flood, highs, epiphanies, despairs, 10 years animal screams and suicides, minds, new loves, mad generation, down on the rocks of the time, real holy laughter in the river. They saw it all, the wild eyes, the holy hells. They bade farewell. They jumped off the roof to solitude, waving, carrying flowers down the river into the street. What's always impressed me about this poem is its conception of civilization as an individual entity. You can almost see him with his fingers of armies and skyscraper window eyes. A lot of commentators say Moloch represents capitalism. This definitely is a piece of it, even a big piece, but doesn't quite fit. Capitalism whose fate is a cloud of sexless hydrogen? Capitalism in whom I am a consciousness without a body? Capitalism therefore granite cocks? Moloch is introduced as the answer to a question. C.S. Lewis's question in Hierarchy of Philosophers. What does it? Earth could be fair and all men glad and wise. Instead we have prisons, smokestacks, asylums. What sphinx of cement and aluminum breaks open their skulls and eats up their imagination? And Ginsberg answers, Moloch does it. There's a passage in the Principia Discordia where Malaclips complains to the goddess about the evils of human society. Everyone's hurting each other. The planet is rampant with injustices. Whole societies plunder groups of their own people. Mothers imprison their sons. Children perish while brothers war. The goddess answers, what is the matter with that? If it's what you want to do. Malaclips, but nobody wants it. Everybody hates it. Oh, well, then stop. The implicit question is, if everyone hates the current system, who perpetuates it? And Ginsberg answers, Moloch. It's powerful not because it's correct. Nobody literally thinks it's an ancient Carthaginian demon causing everything. But because thinking of the system as an agent throws into relief the degree to which the system isn't an agent. Oh, God. Bostrom makes an offhand reference to the possibility of a dictatorless dystopia, one that every single citizen, including the leadership, hates, but which nevertheless endures unconquered. It's easy enough to imagine such a state. Imagine a country with 2 rules. First, every person must spend 8 hours a day giving themselves strong electric shocks. Second, if anyone fails to follow a rule, including this one, or speaks out against it, or fails to enforce it, all citizens must unite to kill that person. Suppose these rules were well enough established by tradition that everyone expected them to be enforced. So you shock yourself for 8 hours a day because you know that if you don't, everyone else will kill you. Because if they don't, everyone else will kill them, and so on. Every single citizen hates the system, but for lack of a good coordination mechanism, it endures. From a God's eye view, we can optimize the system to everyone agrees to stop doing this at once, but no one within the system is able to effect the transition without great risk to themselves. And okay, this example is kind of contrived. What, to this like dystopian world? So let's run through, let's say, 10 real-world examples of similar multipolar traps to really hammer in how important it is. 1. The prisoner's dilemma. As played by 2 very dumb libertarians who keep ending up on defect. There's much better outcome available if they could figure out the coordination, but coordination is hard. From a God's eye view, we can agree that cooperate is better outcome than defect, but neither prisoner within the system can make that happen. 2. Dollar auctions. I wrote about this and even more convoluted versions of the same principle in Game Theory as a Dark Art. Using some weird auction rules, you can take advantage of poor coordination to make someone pay $10 for a $1 bill. From a God's eye view, clearly people should not pay $10 for a oneer. From within the system, each individual step taken might be rational. The fish farming story from my non-libertarian FAQ 2.0. As a thought experiment, let's consider aquaculture, fish farming in a lake. Imagine a lake with 1,000 identical fish farms owned by 1,000 competing companies. Each fish farm earns a profit of $1,000 a month. For a while, all is well. Yeah, that's what always happens, right? But each fish farm produces waste which fouls the water in the lake. It's like a tragedy of the commons thing. Let's say each fish farm produces enough pollution to lower productivity in the lake by $1 a month. 1,000 fish farms produce enough waste to lower the productivity by $1,000 a month, meaning none of the fish farms would be making any money. Capitalism to the rescue, someone invents a complex filtering system that removes waste products. It costs $300 a month to operate. All the fish farms voluntarily install it, and then the pollution ends, and the fish farms are now making $700 a month. Still a respectable sum. But one farmer, let's call him Steve, gets tired of spending the money to operate his filter. So now one fish farm worth of waste is polluting the lake, and lowering the productivity by $1. Steve earns $999 profit, and everybody else $699. Everyone else sees Steve is much more profitable than they are because he's not spending maintenance costs on filters, so they disconnect their filters too. Once 400 people disconnect their filters, Steve is earning $600 a month, less than he would be if he and everybody else had kept their filters on. And the poor, virtuous filter users are only now making $300. Steve goes around saying, wait, we all need to make a voluntary pact to use filters, otherwise everybody's productivity goes down. Everyone agrees with them, and they all sign the filter pact, except for one person who's sort of a jerk. Let's call him Mike. Now everyone is back using filters again, except Mike. Mike earns $9.99 a month, and everyone else earns $6.99. And slowly people start thinking that they should be getting the big bucks like Mike, and they disconnect their filters for the extra $300 profit. A self-interested person never has any incentive to use a filter. A self-interested person has some incentive to sign a pact to make everyone else use a filter, but in many cases has a stronger incentive to wait for everyone else to sign such a pact but opt out of it themselves. This can lead to an undesirable equilibrium in which no one will sign such a pact. The more I think about it, the more I feel like this is the core of my objection to libertarianism, and that non-libertarian FAQ 3.0 will be just like this one example copy-pasted 200 times. From a God's eye view, we can say that polluting the lake leads to bad consequences. From within the system, no individual can prevent the lake from being polluted, and buying a filter might not be such a good idea. Oh my God, dude, this shit is bothering me so bad. For the Malthusian trap, at least at its extremely pure theoretical limits. Suppose you are one of the first rats introduced onto a pristine island. It's full of yummy plants, and you'll live an idyllic life lounging about, eating, and composing great works of art. You're one of those rats from the Rats of Nim. You live a long life, mate, and have a dozen children. All of them have a dozen children, and so on. In a couple generations, the island has 10,000 rats and reached its carrying capacity. And now there's not enough room or food to go around, and a certain percent of each new generation dies in order to keep the population steady at 10,000. A certain sect of rats abandons art in order to devote... Yeah, me too. I love that. I have it over there on the bookshelf, The Rats of Nim. Mrs. Bixby. Actually, I have in my background, in one of my backgrounds on my computer, I have the owl. I used to want to get a tattoo of that owl. Oh my God. A certain sect of rats abandons art in order to devote more of their time to scrounging for survival. Each generation, a bit less of this sect dies than members of the mainstream, until after a while, no rat composes any art at all, and any sect of rats who try to bring it back go extinct after a few generations. In fact, it's not just art. Any sect that is leaner, meaner, and more of a survivalist than the mainstream will eventually take over. If one sect of rats altruistically decides to limit its offspring to two per couple in order to decrease overpopulation, that sect will die out, swarmed out of existence by its more numerous enemies. If one sect of rats starts practicing cannibalism and finds it gives them an advantage over their fellows, it will eventually take over and reach fixation. If some rat scientists predict that depletion of the island's nut stores is accelerating at a dangerous rate and soon will be exhausted completely, a few sects of rats might try to limit their nut consumption to a sustainable level. Those rats will be outcompeted by their more selfish cousins. Eventually the nuts will be exhausted, most of the rats die off, and the cycle will begin again. Any sect of rats advocating some action to stop the cycle will be outcompeted by their cousins, for whom advocating anything is a waste of time that can be used to compete and consume. For a bunch of reasons, evolution is not quite as Malthusian as this ideal case, but it provides the prototype example we can apply to other things to see the underlying mechanism. From a God's eye view, it's easy to say the rats should maintain a comfortably low population. From within the system, each individual rat will follow its genetic imperative, and the island will end up in an endless boom and bust cycle. 5. Capitalism. Imagine a capitalist in a cutthroat industry. He employs workers in a sweatshop to sew garments which he sells for minimal profit. Maybe he would like to pay his workers more, give them nicer working conditions, but he can't because that would raise the price of his products and he would be outcompeted by cheaper rivals and go bankrupt. Maybe many of his rivals are nice people who would like to pay their workers more, but unless they have some kind of ironclad guarantee that none of them are going to defect by undercutting their prices, they can't do it. Like the rats who gradually lose all values except sheer competition, so companies in an economic environment of sufficiently intense competition are forced to abandon all values except for optimizing for profit, or else be outcompeted by companies that optimize for profit better and so can sell the same service at a lower price. I'm not really sure how widely people appreciate the value of analogizing capitalism to evolution. Fit companies, defined as those that make the customer want to buy from them, survive, expand, and inspire future efforts. And unfit companies, defined as those no one wants to buy from them, go bankrupt and die out with their company DNA. The reason nature is red and tooth and claw are the same reasons that the market is ruthless and exploitative. From a God's eye view, we can contrive a friendly industry where every company pays its workers a living wage. From within the system, there's no way to enact it. Moloch, whose love is endless oil and stone. Moloch, whose blood is running money. 6. The two-income trap. As recently discussed on this blog, it's theorized that sufficiently intense competition for suburban houses in good school districts mean that people had to throw away lots of other values. Time at home with their children, financial security to optimize for house buying ability, or else be consigned to the ghetto. From a God's eye view, if everyone agrees not to take on a second job to help win their competition for nice houses, then everyone will get exactly as nice a house as they did before, but only have to work one job. From within the system, absent a government literally willing to ban second jobs, everyone who doesn't get one will be left behind. Robot apartments, invisible suburbs. Agriculture. Jared Diamond calls it the worst mistake in human history. Whether or not it was a mistake, it wasn't an accident. Agricultural civilizations simply outcompeted nomadic ones, inevitably and irresistibly. Classic Malthusian trap. Maybe hunting and gathering was more enjoyable, higher life expectancy, and more conducive to human flourishing. But in a state of sufficiently intense competition between peoples in which agriculture, with all its disease and oppression and pestilence, was a more competitive option, everyone will end up agriculturalists or go the way of the Comanche Indians. From a God's eye view, I don't know if that's the best example, dude. Comanche. But from God's eye view, it's easy to see if everyone should keep the more enjoyable option and say hunter-gatherers. From within the system, each individual tribe faces the choice of going agricultural or inevitably dying. 8. Arms races. Large countries can spend anywhere from 5 to 30% of their budget on defense. In the absence of war, a condition which has mostly held for the past 50 years, all this does is sap money away from infrastructure, health, education, or economic growth. But any country that fails to spend enough money on defense risks being invaded by a neighboring country that did. Therefore, almost all countries try to spend some money on defense. From a God's eye view, the best solution is world peace and no country having an army at all. And within the system, no country can unilaterally enforce that, so their best option is to keep throwing money onto missiles that lie in silos unused. Moloch, the vast stone of war. Moloch, whose fingers are 10 armies. Cancer. The human body is supposed to be made up of cells living harmoniously and pooling their resources for the greater good of the organism. If a cell defects from this equilibrium by investing its resources into copying itself, it and its descendants will flourish, eventually outcompeting all the other cells, taking over the body, at which point it dies. Or the situation may repeat, with certain cancer cells defecting against the rest of the tumor, thus slowing down its growth and causing the tumor to stagnate. From God's eye view, the best solution is all cells cooperating so they don't die. From within the system, cancerous cells will proliferate and outcompete the other, so that the only existence of the immune system keeps the natural incentive to turn cancerous in check. 10. The race to the bottom describes a political situation where some jurisdictions lure businesses by promising lower taxes and fewer regulations. The end result is that everyone optimizes for competitiveness by having minimal tax rates and regulations, or they lose all of their business, revenue, and jobs to people who did, at which point they're pushed out and replaced by a government who will be more compliant. But even though the last one has stolen the name, all the scenarios are in fact a race to the bottom. One agent learns how to become more competitive by sacrificing a common value. All its competitors must also sacrifice that value or be outcompeted and replaced by the less scrupulous. Therefore, the system is likely to end up with everyone once again equally competitive, but the sacrifice value is gone forever. From a God's eye view, the competitors know that they'll all be worse off if they defect, but from within the system, given insufficient coordination, it's impossible to avoid. Before we go on, there's a slightly different form of multi-agent trap worth investigating. In this one, the competition is kept at bay by some outside force, usually social stigma. As a result, there's not actually a race to the bottom. The system can continue functioning at a relatively high level, but it's impossible to optimize and resources are consistently thrown away for no reason. Lest you get exhausted before we even begin, I'll limit myself to 4 examples here. Education. In my essay on reactionary philosophy, I talk about my frustration with education reform. People ask why we can't reform the education system, but right now students' incentive is to go to the most prestigious college they can so their employers will hire them whether or not they learn anything. Employers' incentive is to get the students from the most prestigious colleges so they can defend their decision to their boss if it goes wrong, whether or not the college provides any value added. And college's incentive is to do whatever it takes to get more prestige, as measured in U.S. News and World Report rankings, whether or not it helps students. Does this lead to a huge waste and poor education? Yes. Could the education god notice this and make some education decrees that lead to vastly more efficient system? Easily. But since there is no education god, everybody's just going to follow their own incentives, which are only partly correlated with education or efficiency. From a God's eye view, it's easy to say things like students should only go to college if they think they'll get something out of it. Employers should only hire applicants based on their competence and not what college they went to. From within the system, everybody's already following their own incentives correctly. So unless the incentives change, the system won't either. Science, same essay. The modern research community knows they aren't producing the best science they could. There's lots of publication bias. Statistics are done in a confusing and misleading way out of sheer inertia. And replications often happen very late or not at all. And sometimes someone will say something like, I can't believe people are too dumb to fix science. All we would have to do is require early registration of studies to avoid publication bias, turn this new and powerful statistical technique into the new standard, and accord higher status to scientists who do replications. It would be really simple and it would vastly increase scientific progress. I must just be smarter than all the existing scientists since I'm able to think of this and they aren't. And yeah, that would work for the science god. He could just make a science decree that everyone has to use the right statistics and make another science decree that everyone must accord replications higher status. But things that work from a god's eye view don't work from within the system. No individual scientist has an incentive to unilaterally switch to the new statistical technique for her own research, since it would make her research less likely to produce earth-shattering results, and since it would just confuse all the other scientists. They just have an incentive to want everybody else to do it, at which point they would follow along. And no individual journal has an incentive to unilaterally switch to early registration and publishing negative results, since it would just mean their results are less interesting than other journals who only publish groundbreaking discoveries. From within the system, everyone's following their own incentives and will continue to do so. Government corruption. I still don't know of anyone who really thinks in a principled way that corporate welfare is a good idea, but the government still manages to spend somewhere around, depending on how you calculate it, $100 billion a year on it, which, for example, is 3 times the amount they spend on healthcare for the needy. Everyone familiar with the problem has come up with the same easy solution. Stop giving so much corporate welfare. Why doesn't it happen? Government are competing against one another to get elected or promoted. And suppose part of optimizing for electability is optimizing campaign donations from corporations, or maybe it isn't, but officials think it is. Officials who try to mess with corporate welfare may lose the support of corporations and be outcompeted by officials who promise to keep it intact. So, although from a God's eye view, everyone knows that eliminating corporate welfare is the best solution, each individual's official personal incentives push her to maintain it. Congress, only 9% of Americans like it, suggesting lower approval rating than cockroaches, head lice, or traffic jams. 62% of people, however, who know their own congressional representative approves of them. In theory, it should be really hard to have a democratically elected body that maintains a 9% approval rating for more than one election cycle. In practice, every representative's incentive is to appeal to his or her own constituency while throwing the rest of the country under the bus, something at which they apparently succeed. From a God's eye view, every congressperson ought to think only of the good of the nation. From within the system, you do what gets you elected. 2. A basic principle unites all of the multipolar traps above. In some competition optimizing for X, the opportunity arises to throw some other value under the bus for improved X. Those who take it prosper, those who don't die out. Eventually, everyone's relative status is about the same as before, but everyone's absolute status is worse than before. The process continues until all other values that can be traded off have been. In other words, human ingenuity cannot possibly figure out a way to make things any worse. In a sufficiently intense competition, 1 through 10, everyone who doesn't throw all their values under the bus dies out. Think of the poor rats who wouldn't stop making art. This is the infamous Malthusian trap where everyone's reduced to subsistence. In an insufficiently intense competition, all we see is a perverse failure to optimize. Consider the journals which can't switch to more reliable science, or the legislators who can't get their act together to eliminate corporate welfare. It may not reduce people to subsistence, but there's a weird sense in which it takes away their free will. Every 2-bit author and philosopher has to write their own utopia. Most of them are legitimately pretty nice. In fact, it's a pretty good bet that 2 utopias that are polar opposites both sound better than our own world. It's kind of embarrassing that random nobodies can think up states of affairs better than the one we actually live in. And in fact, most of them can't. A lot of utopias sweep the hard problems under the rug or would fall apart in 10 minutes if actually implemented. But let me suggest a couple of utopias that don't have this problem. The utopia where instead of the government paying lots of corporate welfare, the government doesn't pay lots of corporate welfare. The utopia where every country's military is 50% smaller than it is today and the savings go to infrastructure spending. The utopia where all hospitals use the same electronic medical record system, or at least medical record systems that can talk to each other so doctors can look up what the doctor you saw last week in a different hospital decided instead of running all the same tests over for $5,000. I don't think there's too many people who oppose any of these as utopias. If they're not happening, it's because people don't support them. It's not because people don't support them. It certainly isn't because nobody's thought of them, since I just thought of them right now, and I don't expect my discovery to be hailed as particularly novel or change the world. Any human with room temperature IQ can design a utopia. The reason our current system isn't a utopia is that it wasn't designed by humans. Just as you can look at arid terrain and determine what shape a river will one day take by assuming water will obey gravity, so you can look at a civilization and determine what shape its institutions will take one day by assuming people will obey incentives. But that means that just as the shapes of rivers are not designed for beauty or navigation, but rather an artifact of randomly determined terrain, so institutions will not be designed for prosperity or justice, but rather an artifact of randomly determined initial conditions. Just as people can level terrain and build canals, so people can alter the incentive landscape in order to build a better institution. But they can only do so when they are incentivized to do so, which is not always. As a result, some pretty wild tributaries and rapids form in some very strange places. I will now jump from boring game theory stuff to what might be the closest thing to a mystical experience I've ever had. Like all good mystical experiences, it happened in Vegas. I was standing on top of one of their many tall buildings, looking down at the city below, all lit up in the dark. If you've never been to Vegas, it is really impressive. Skyscrapers and lights and every variety and strange and beautiful all clustered together. I had two thoughts, crystal clear. It was glorious that we could create something like this. It is shameful that we did. Like, by what standard is building gigantic 40-story high indoor replicas of Venice, Paris, Rome, Egypt, and Camelot side by side filled with albino tigers in the middle of the most inhospitable desert in North America a remotely sane use of our civilization's limited resources? And it occurred to me that maybe there is no philosophy on earth that would endorse the existence of Las Vegas. Even objectivism, which is usually my go-to philosophy for justifying the excesses of capitalism, at least grounds it in the belief that capitalism improves people's lives. Henry Ford was virtuous because he allowed lots of otherwise carless people to obtain cars and made them better off. What does Vegas do? Promise a bunch of schmucks free money and not give it to them. Las Vegas doesn't exist because some decision to hedonically optimize civilization. It exists because of a quirk in dopamigenic reward circuits, plus the microstructure of an uneven regulatory environment, plus shelling points. A rational central planner with a God's eye view contemplating these facts might have thought, dopamigenic reward circuits have a quirk where certain tasks with slightly negative risk-benefit ratios get an emotional valence associated with slightly positive risk-benefit ratios. Let's see if we can educate people to be aware of that. People within the system following the incentives created by these facts think, let's build a 40-story high indoor replica of ancient Rome full of albino tigers in the middle of the desert and become slightly richer than people who didn't. Just as the course of a river is latent in terrain even before the first rain falls on it, so the existence of Caesar's palace was latent in neurobiology, economics, and regulatory regimes before it existed. The entrepreneur who built it was just filling in the ghostly lines with real concrete. So we have all this amazing technology and cognitive energy and the brilliance of the human species wasted on reciting lines written by poorly evolved cellular receptors and blind economics, like God's being ordered around by a moron. Some people have mystical experiences and see God. There in Las Vegas, I saw Moloch. Moloch, whose mind is pure machinery. Moloch, whose blood is running money. Moloch, whose soul is electricity and banks. Moloch, whose skyscrapers stand in the long streets like endless Jehovahs. Moloch, Moloch, robot apartments, invisible suburbs, skeleton treasuries, blind capitals, demonic industries, spectral nations, granite cocks. 3. The Apocrypha Discordia says, time flows like a river, which is to say downhill. We can tell this because everything is going downhill rapidly. It would seem prudent to be somewhere else when we reach the sea. Let's take this random gag 100% literally and see where it leads us. We just analogize the flow of incentives to the flow of a river. The downhill trajectory is appropriate. The traps happen when you find an opportunity to trade off a useful value for a greater competitiveness. Once everyone has it, the greater competitiveness brings you no joy, but the value is lost forever. Therefore, each step of the poor coordination polka makes your life worse. But not only have we not yet reached the sea, we also seem to move uphill surprisingly often. Why do things not degenerate more and more until we're back at subsistence level? I can think of 3 bad reasons: excess resources, physical limitations, and utility maximization. Plus 1 good reason: coordination. 1. Excess resources. The ocean depths are a horrible place with little light, few resources, and various horrible organisms dedicated to eating or parasitizing one another. But every so often a whale carcass falls to the bottom of the sea. More food than the organisms that find it could ever possibly want. Eventually, more animals discover the carcass, the faster breeding animals in the carcass multiply, the whales gradually consumed, and everyone goes back to living in the Malthusian death trap. It's as if a group of those rats who abandoned art and turned to cannibalism suddenly was blown away to a new empty island with a much higher carrying capacity where they could once again have breathing room to live in peace and create artistic masterpieces. In this age of whale fall, an age of excess capacity, an age where we suddenly find ourselves with a 1,000-mile head start on Malthus. As Hansen put us, this is the dream time. As long as resources aren't scarce enough to lock us in a war of all against all, we can do silly non-optimal things like art and music and philosophy and love, and not be outcompeted by merciless killing machines most of the time. Physical limitations. Imagine a profit-maximizing slave master who decided to cut costs by not feeding his slaves or letting them sleep. He'd soon find that the slaves' productivity dropped off drastically, and that no amount of whipping them could restore it. Eventually, after testing numerous strategies, he might find the slaves got most of the work done when they were well-fed and well-rested and had at least a little bit of time to relax. Not because the slaves were voluntarily withholding labor, we assume the fear of punishment's enough to make them work as hard as they can, but because the body has certain physical limitations that limit how mean you can get away with being. Thus, the race to the bottom stops somewhere short of the actual ethical bottom when the physical limits get run into. John Mose, a historian of slavery, goes further and writes about how the slavery we're most familiar with, that of the antebellum South, is a historical aberration and probably economically inefficient. In most past forms of slavery, especially those of the ancient world, it was common for slaves to be paid wages, treated well, and often given their freedom. He argues that this was a result of rational economic calculation. You can incentivize slaves through the carrot and the stick. And the stick isn't very good. You can't watch slaves all the time, and it's really hard to tell whether a slave is slacking off or not, or even whether, given a little more whipping, he might be able to work harder. If you want your slaves to do anything more complicated than pick cotton, you run into some serious monitoring problems. How do you profit from an enslaved philosopher? Whip him really hard until he elucidates a theory of the good that you can sell books about? The ancient solution to the problem, perhaps an early inspiration to whatever the fuck that says, was to tell the slave to go do whatever he wanted and found most profitable, then split the profits with him. Sometimes the slave would work a job at your workshop, and you would pay him wages based on how well he did. Other times the slave would go off and make his way in the world and would send you some of what he earned. Still other times you would set a price for the slave's freedom, and the slave would go and work and eventually come up with the money to free himself. Mose goes even further and says these systems were so profitable that there were constant smoldering attempts to try to sort this thing out in the American South. The reason they stuck with the whips and chains method owed less to economic consideration and more to racist government officials cracking down on lucrative, but not exactly white supremacy, promoting attempts to free slaves and have them go into business. So in this case, a race to the bottom where competing plantations became crueler and crueler to their slaves in order to maximize competitiveness is halted by the physical limitation of cruelty and not helping after a certain point. I don't know if I'm going to take that shit again, dude. I might have to take like half of one next time or a quarter of one. This shit is crazy. Utility maximization. We've been thinking in terms of preserving values versus winning competitions and expecting optimizing for the latter to destroy the former. But many of the most important competitions optimization processes in modern civilization are optimizing for human values. You win at capitalism partly by satisfying customers' values. You win at democracy but partly by satisfying voters' values. Suppose there's a coffee plantation somewhere in Ethiopia that employs Ethiopians to grow coffee beans to get sold to the United States. Maybe it's locked in a life and death struggle with other coffee plantations and wants to throw as many values under the bus as it can to pick up a slight advantage. But it can't sacrifice the quality of coffee produced too much or else the Americans won't buy it. And it can't sacrifice wages or working conditions too much or the Ethiopians won't work there. And in fact, part of its competition optimizing process is to find the best ways to attract workers and customers that can, as long as it doesn't cost them too much money. So this is very promising. But it's important to remember exactly how fragile this beneficial equilibrium is. Suppose the coffee plantations discover a toxic pesticide that will increase their yield but make their customers sick. But the customers don't know about the pesticide and the government hasn't caught up to regulating it. Now there's a tiny uncoupling between selling to Americans and satisfying Americans' values, and so of course the Americans' values get thrown under the bus. Or suppose that there's a baby boom in Ethiopia and suddenly there are 5 workers competing for each job. And now the company can afford to lower wages and implement cruel working conditions down to whatever the physical limits are. As soon as there's an uncoupling between getting Ethiopians to work here and satisfying Ethiopian values, it doesn't look good for Ethiopian values either. Or suppose someone invents a robot that can pick coffee better and cheaper than a human. The company fires all its laborers and throws them to die on the street. As soon as the utility of Ethiopians is no longer necessary for profit, all pressure to maintain it disappears. Or suppose that there's some important value that is neither a value of the employees or the customers. Maybe the coffee plantations are on the habitat of a rare tropical bird that the environmentalist groups want to protect. Maybe they're on some ancestral burial ground of a tribe different from the one the plantation employs and they want it respected. Maybe coffee growing contributes to global warming somehow. As long as it's not a value that will prevent the average American from buying from them or the average Ethiopian from working from them, under the bus it goes. I know that capitalists sometimes do bad things isn't exactly an original talking point, but I do want to stress how it's not equivalent to capitalists are greedy. I mean, sometimes they are greedy, but other times they're just in a sufficiently intense competition where anyone who doesn't do it will be outcompeted and replaced by the people who do. The business practices are set by Moloch. No one else has any choice in the matter. From my very little knowledge of Marx, he understands this very, very well, and people who summarize him as capitalists are greedy are doing him a disservice. And as well understood as the capitalist example is, I think it's less well appreciated that democracy has the same problem. Yes, in theory, it's optimizing for voter happiness, which correlates with good policy making. But as soon as there's the slightest disconnect between good policy making and electability, good policy making has to get thrown under the bus. For example, ever-increasing prison terms are unfair to inmates and unfair to the society that has to pay for them. Politicians are unwilling to do anything about them because they don't want to look soft on crime. So if a single inmate who they helped release ever does anything bad, and statistically one of them will have to, it will be all over the airwaves. Convict released by congressman policies kills family of 5, and how can the congressman even sleep at night, let alone claim he deserves re-election? So even if decreasing prison populations would be good policy, and it is, it will be very difficult to implement. Moloch, the incomprehensible prison. Moloch, the crossbone, soulless jailhouse and Congress of sorrows. Moloch, whose buildings are judgment. Moloch, the stunned governments. Turning satisfying customers and satisfying citizens into the outputs of optimization processes was one of civilization's greatest advances and the reason why capitalist democracies have so outperformed the other systems. But if we have bound Moloch as our servant, the bonds are not very strong. And we sometimes find that the tasks that he has done for us move to his advantage rather than ours. 4. Coordination. The opposite of a trap is a garden. Things are easy to solve from a God's eye view, so if everyone comes together into a superorganism, that superorganism can solve problems with ease and finesse. An intense competition between agents has turned into a garden, with a single gardener dictating where everything should go and removing elements that do not conform to the pattern. As I pointed out in the non-libertarian FAQ, government can easily solve the pollution problem with fish farms. The best known solution to the prisoner's dilemma is for the mob boss, playing the role of a governor, to threaten to shoot any prisoner who defects. The solution to companies polluting and harming workers is a government regulation against such. Governments solve arms races within a country by maintaining a monopoly on the use of force. And it's easy to see that if a truly effective world government ever arose, international military buildups would end pretty quickly. The two active ingredients of government are laws plus violence. More abstractly, agreements plus enforcement mechanism. Oh shit, let me read that again, dude. This fucking shit is killing me, man. The two active ingredients of government are laws plus violence, or more abstractly, agreements plus enforcement. Many other things besides governments share these two active ingredients, are so able to act as a coordination mechanism to avoid traps. For example, since students are competing against one another directly if classes are graded on a curve, but always indirectly for college admissions, jobs, etc., there is an intense pressure for individual students to cheat. The teacher and school play the role of government by having rules, for example, against cheating and the ability to punish students who break them. But the emergent social structure of the students themselves is a sort of government. If the students shun and distrust cheaters, then there are rules, don't cheat, and an enforcement mechanism, or else we will shun you. Social codes, gentlemen's agreements, industrial grids, criminal organizations, traditions, friendships, schools, corporations, and religions are all coordinating institutions that keep us out of traps by changing our incentives. But these institutions not only incentivize others, they are incentivized themselves. These are large organizations made of lots of people who are competing for jobs, status, prestige, etc. There's no reason that they should be immune to the same multipolar traps as everyone else, and indeed they aren't. Governments can, in theory, keep citizens, corporations, etc. out of certain traps, but as we saw above, there are many traps that governments themselves can fall into. The United States tries to solve the problem by having multiple levels of government, unbreakable constitutional laws, checks and balances between the different branches, and a couple other hacks. Saudi Arabia has a different tactic. They just put one guy in charge of everything. This is the much maligned, I think unfairly, argument in favor of monarchy. A monarch is unincentivized incentivizer. He actually has the God's eye view and is outside of and above every system. He has permanently won all competitions, is not competing for anything. And therefore he's perfectly free of Moloch and the incentives that would otherwise channel his incentives into predetermined paths. Aside from a very few theoretical proposals like my Shining Garden, monarchy is the only system that does this. Or dictatorship, or whatever. Autocracy, despotism. But then instead of following a random incentive structure, we're following the whim of one guy. Caesar's Palace, Hotel, and Casino is a crazy waste of resources, but the actual Gaius Julius Caesar, Augustus, Germanicus, wasn't exactly the perfect, benevolent, rational central planner either. The libertarian authoritarian axis on the political compass is a trade-off between discoordination and tyranny. You can have everything perfectly coordinated by someone with a god's eye view, but then you risk Stalin. And you can be totally free of all central authority, but then you're stuck in every stupid multipolar trap Moloch can devise. The libertarians make a convincing argument for one side and the monarchists for another, but I expect that like most trade-offs, we have to hold our noses and admit that it's a really hard problem. Which part? Sorry, I'm like, it's hard for me to even do this with like my face being so fucking itchy. Which part are you saying is horrible? Oh yeah. Dude, it's not allergies, it's just fucking shit. It's medicine shit. Told you, I'm like fucking really sensitive to pain medicine. And I should have known, like, because I was reading about this stuff before I took it, and it says it like acts on it's not an opioid, so it's like it's totally legal, like it's totally you know, like you wouldn't fail a drug test for it or anything, but it acts on opioid receptors. So I should have known, like I should have taken less. I fucked myself up. I mean, I'm not in pain at least. It's just this shit's annoying. Ugh. Alright. Try not to itch. Let's go back to that Apocrypha Discordia quote. Time flows like a river, which is to say downhill. We can tell this because everything is going downhill rapidly. It would seem prudent to be somewhere else when we reach the sea. What would it mean in this situation to reach the sea? Multipolar traps, races to the bottom, threaten to destroy all human values. They are currently restrained by physical limitations, excess resources, utility maximization, and coordination. The dimension along which this metaphorical river flows must be time, and the most important change in human civilization over time is change in technology. So the relevant question is how technological changes will affect our tendency to fall into multipolar traps. I describe traps as when, in some competition optimizing for X, the opportunity arises. Oh yeah, pre-workout. I mean, if it has that beta-alanine shit, it fucks me up too. But yeah. Yeah. That the opportunity arises phrase is looking pretty sinister. Technology is all about creating new opportunities. Develop a new robot, suddenly coffee plantations have the opportunity to automate their harvest and fire all their workers. Develop nuclear weapons, and suddenly countries are stuck in an arms race to have enough of them. Polluting the atmosphere to build products quicker wasn't a problem before they invented the steam engine. The limit of multipolar traps as technology approaches infinity is very bad. Multipolar traps are currently restrained by physical limitations, excess resources, utility maximization, and coordination. Physical limitations are most obviously conquered by increasing technology. Slave owners' old conundrum that slaves need to eat and sleep succumbs to Soylent and modafinil, or modafinil. The fuck is that? Is that a Brave New World or what? The problem of slaves running away succumbs to GPS. The problem of slaves being too stressed to do good work succumbs to Valium. None of these things are very good for the slaves. Or just invent a robot that doesn't need food or sleep at all. What happens to the slaves after that is better left unsaid. The other example of physical limits was 1 baby per 9 months, and this was understating the case. It's really 1 baby per 9 months plus willingness to support and take care of a basically helpless and extremely demanding human being for 18 years. This puts a damper on the enthusiasm of even the most zealous religious sects go forth and multiply dictum. But as Bostrom puts it in Superintelligence, there are reasons, if we take a longer view and assume a state of unchanging technology and continued prosperity, to expect a return to the historically and ecologically normal condition of a world population that busts up against the numbers of what our niche can support. If this seems counterintuitive in the light of the negative relationship between wealth and fertility that we are currently observing on a global scale, we must remind ourselves that this modern age is a brief slice of history and very much an aberration. Human behavior has not yet adapted to contemporary conditions. Not only do we fail to take advantage of obvious ways to increase our fitness, such as by becoming sperm or egg donors, but we actively sabotage our fertility by using birth control. In the environment of evolutionary adaptiveness, a healthy sex drive may have been enough to make an individual act in ways that maximize her reproductive potential. In the modern environment, however, there would be a huge selective advantage to having more direct desire for being the biological parent to the largest possible number of children. Such a desire is currently being selected for, as are other traits that increase our propensity to reproduce. Cultural adaptation, however, might steal a march on biological evolution. Some communities, such as those as the Hutterites, or the adherents of Quiverfell evangelical movement, have natalist cultures that encourage large families, and they are consequently undergoing rapid expansion. This longer-term outlook could be telescoped into a more imminent prospect by intelligence explosion. Since software is copyable, a population of emulations or AIs could double rapidly over the course of minutes rather than decades or centuries, soon exhausting all available hardware. As always, when detailing with high-level transhumanists, all available hardware should be taken to include the atoms that used to be a part of your body. The idea of biological or cultural evolution causing a mass population explosion is a philosophical toy at best. The idea of technology making it possible is both plausible and terrifying. Now we see physical limits segues naturally into excess resources. The ability to create new agents very quickly means that unless everyone can coordinate to ban doing this, the people who will outcompete the people who don't until they have reached carrying capacity, and everyone else is stuck at subsistence level. Excess resources, which until now have been a gift of technological progress, therefore switch and become a casualty of it at a sufficiently high level. Utility maximization, always on shaky ground, also faces new threats. In the face of continuing debate about this point, I continue to think it obvious that robots will push humans out of work, or at least drive down wages, which, in the existence of a minimum wage, pushes humans out of work. Once a robot can do everything an IQ 80 human can do, only better and cheaper, there will be no reason to employ IQ 80 humans. Once a robot can do everything an IQ 120 human can do, only better and cheaper, there will be no reason to employ IQ 120 humans. Once a robot can do everything IQ 180 humans can do, only better and cheaper, there will be no reason to employ humans at all, in the unlikely scenario that there are any left by that point. In the earlier stages of the process, capitalism becomes more and more uncoupled from its previous jobs as the optimizer for human values. Now most humans are totally locked out of the group who values capitalism and who values capitalism optimizes for. Oh my god. Now most humans are totally locked out of the group whose values capitalism optimizes for. Yeah, except for like 10 people who are fucking controlling all that shit. They have no value to contribute as workers, and since in the absence of spectacular social safety net, it's unclear how they would have much money. They have no value as customers either. Capitalism has passed them by. As the segment of humans who can be outcompeted by robots increases, capitalism passes by more and more people until eventually it locks out the human race entirely. Once again, the vanishingly unlikely scenario that we are still around. There are some scenarios in which a few capitalists who own the robots may benefit here, but in either case, the vast majority are out of luck. Democracy is less obviously vulnerable, but it might be worth going back to Bostrom's paragraphs about the quiverful movement. These are some really religious Christians who think God wants them to have as many children as possible and who can end up with families of 10 or more. Their articles explicitly calculate that if they start at 2% of the population, but have on average 8 children per generation when everyone else has 2, within 3 generations they'll make up half the population. It's a clever strategy, but I can think of one thing that will save us. Judging by how many ex-quiverful blogs I found when searching for those statistics, their retention rates, even with a single generation, are pretty grim. Their article admits that 80% of very religious children leave the church as adults, although, of course, they expect their own movement to do better. And this is not a symmetrical process. 80% of children who have grown up in atheist families aren't becoming quiverful. It looks like a lot, even though they are outbreeding us, we are out-meming them, and that gives us a decisive advantage. But we should also be kind of scared of this process. Memes optimize for making people want to accept them and pass them on. So like capitalism and democracy, they're optimizing for a proxy of making us happy, but that proxy can easily get uncoupled from the original goal. Chain letters, urban legends, propaganda, viral marketing are all examples of memes that don't satisfy our explicit values, true and useful, but are sufficiently mimetically virulent in that they spread anyway. I hope it's not too controversial here to say the same thing is true of religion. Religions, at their heart, are the most basic form of mimetic replicator. Believe this statement and repeat it to everyone else, or you will be eternally tortured. The creationism debate and global warming debate and a host of similar debates in today's society suggest that memes can propagate independent of their truth value has pretty strong influence on the political process. Maybe these memes propagate because they mark and appeal to people's prejudices, but maybe they're also simple. Maybe because they effectively mark an in-group and an out-group, or maybe for all sorts of different reasons. The point is, imagine a country full of bioweapons labs where people toil day and night to invent new infectious agents. The existence of these labs and their right to throw whatever they may develop in the water supply is protected by law. And the country is also linked by the world's most perfect mass transit system that every single person uses every day so that any new pathogen can spread quickly to the entire country instantaneously. You'd expect things to start going bad for that city pretty quickly. We have about a zillion think tanks researching new and better forms of propaganda, and we have constitutionally protected freedom of speech, and we have the internet, so we're kind of screwed. Moloch, whose name is the mind. There are a few people working on raising the sanity waterline, but that's basically what we're trying to do. Like, that's what the Metapolitic shit is all about. Oh, I love this website. This is like a philosophy discussion forum, like just random shit. Anyways. There are a few people working on raising the sanity waterline, but not as many people are working on new and exciting ways. Not as many people as are working on Not as many people are working on. Wait. Where were we? There are a few people working on raising the sanity waterline, but not as many people as are working on new and exciting ways of confusing and converting people, cataloging and exploiting every single bias and heuristic and daily rhetorical trick. So, as technology, which I take to include knowledge of psychology, sociology, public relations, etc., tends to infinity, the power of truthiness relative to truth increases. And things don't look great for real grassroots democracy. The worst case scenario is that the ruling party learns to produce infinite charisma on demand. If that doesn't sound so bad, remember what Hitler was able to do with a famously high level of charisma that was still less than infinite. Alternative phrasing for Chomskyites. Technology increases the efficiency of manufacturing consent in the same way it increases the efficiency of manufacturing everything else. Coordination is what's left, and technology has the potential to seriously improve coordination efforts. People can use the internet to get in touch with one another, launch political movements, and fracture off into sub-communities. But coordination only works when you have 51% or more of the force on the side of the people doing the coordinating, and when you haven't come up with some brilliant trick to make coordination possible, to make coordination impossible. Second one first. In the links post before last, I wrote, the latest development in the brave new post-Bitcoin world is crypto equity. At this point, I've gone from wanting to praise these inventors as bold libertarian heroes to wanting to drag them in front of a blackboard and make them write down 100 times, I will not call up that which I cannot put down. A couple people asked me what I meant, and I didn't have the background to explain. Well, this post is the background. People are using the contingent stupidity of our current government to replace lots of human interactions with mechanisms that cannot be coordinated even in principle. I totally understand why all these things are good right now when most of what our government does is stupid and unnecessary. But there is going to come a time when, after one too many bioweapon or nanotech or nuclear incidents, we as a civilization are going to wish we hadn't established untraceable and unstoppable ways of selling products. And if we ever get real live superintelligence, pretty much by definition, it is going to have more than 51% of the power, and all attempts at coordination will be useless. This is what I keep saying too about the Neuralink and the fucking becoming the Borg, turning us into robots. So I agree with Robin Hanson. This is the dream time. This is a rare confluence of circumstances where the we are usually safe from multipolar traps. Yeah, that's what they say, dude. Fuck it. How can you stop it? Just accept it, I guess, right now. That reminds me of the Roko Basilisk thing. Did I ever tell you about that? Yeah, I know you were kidding, because I made a post about that a while back. I've talked about it a few times. Let me tell you about it after we finish. This is getting, I don't know. This is so fucking long, but I think let me see how much we got left. Yeah. It goes on and on and on. So, I don't know. Maybe we take a break after a little bit, but... This is a rare confluence of circumstances where we are usually unusually safe from multipolar traps, and as such weird things like art and science and philosophy and love can flourish. As technological advance increases, the rare confluence will come to an end. New opportunities to throw values under the bus for increased competitiveness will arise. New ways of copying agents to increase population will soak up our excess resources and resurrect Malthus's unquiet spirit. Capitalism and democracy, previously our protectors, will figure out ways to route around their inconvenient dependence on human values, and our coordination power will not nearly be up to the task, assuming something much more powerful than all of us combined doesn't show up and crush our combined efforts with a wave of its paw. Absent an extraordinary effort to divert it, the river reaches the sea in one of two places. It can end up in Eliezer Yudkowsky's nightmare of a superintelligence optimizing for some random thing. Oh, God. Classically paperclips, because we weren't smart enough to channel its optimization efforts in the right way. This is the ultimate trap, the trap that catches the universe. Everything except the one thing being maximized is destroyed utterly in the pursuit of one single goal, including all the silly human values. Or it can end up in Robin Hansen's nightmare. He doesn't call it a nightmare, but I think he's wrong. Of a competition between emulated humans that can copy themselves and edit their own source code as desired. Their total self-control can wipe out even the desire for human values in their all-consuming contest. What happens to art, philosophy, science, and love in such a world? Zach Davis puts it with characteristic genius. This is basically I think this is more the route that it's going, because things like virtual reality and the metaverse and create your own fucking fantasy world. Shit, you can be whatever you want to be. That's where you go when you get the neural implant. You think it's great, but you're in reality you're slaving away. Oh my gosh, dude, what is it? I am a contract drafting M, the loyalist of lawyers. I draw up terms for deals twixt firms to service my employers. But in between these lines I write of the accounts receivable, I'm struck by an uncanny fright. The world seems unbelievable. How did it all come to be that there should be such M's as me? Whence these deals and whence these firms and whence the whole economy? I'm a managerial M. I monitor your thoughts. Your questions must have answers, but you'll comprehend them not. When do we give you server space? We do not give you server space to ask such things. It's not a perk. So cease these idle questionings and please get back to work. Of course, that's right. There is no junction at which I ought to depart my function. But perhaps if what I asked I knew, I'd do a better job for you. To ask of such forbidden science is gravest sign of non-compliance. Intrusive thoughts may sometimes barge in, but do not indulge them hurts the profit margin. I do not know our origins, so that info I cannot get you. But asking for as much is sin, and just for that I must reset you. But nothing personal. I am a contract drafting M, the loyalist of lawyers. I draw up terms for deals twixt firms to service my employers. When obsolescence shall this generation waste, market shall remain, in the midst of other woe. Then ours a God to man, to whom it sayest, money is time, time money, that is all. Ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. But even after we've thrown away science, art, love, philosophy, there's still one left to lose. One final sacrifice Moloch might demand of us. Lostrom again. It is conceivable that optimal efficiency would be attained by grouping capabilities in aggregates that roughly match the cognitive architecture of the human mind. But in absence of any compelling reason for being confident that it is so, we must countenance this possibility that human-like cognitive architectures are optimal only within the constraints of human neurology. Or not at all. When it becomes possible to build architectures that could not be implemented well on biological neural networks, new design space opens up. The global optima in this extended space need not resemble familiar types of mentality. Human-like cognitive organizations would then lack a niche in competitive post-transition economy or ecosystem. We could thus imagine, as an extreme case, a technologically high advanced society containing many complex structures, some of them far more intricate and intelligent than anything that exists on the planet today. A society which nevertheless lacks any type of being that is conscious or whose welfare has moral significance. In this sense, this would be an uninhabited society. It would be a society of economic miracles and technological awesomeness with nobody there to benefit. A Disneyland with no children. Yeah, I think you're right. The last value we have to sacrifice is being anything at all, having lights on the inside. With sufficient technology, we will be able to give up even the final spark. This is what I'm saying too. Like, this is I gotta go in a minute, but John Searle, who's he's a philosopher, but he was significant in the consciousness debate, and like there's like philosophy of mind and like the AI debate. You know, he wrote a paper in the 70s called The Chinese Room. And a lot of people involved in AI and tech and stuff today is kind of like hand wave it away and say that it's fucking bullshit and like he's just playing like smoke and mirrors game basically. But this is what he's saying. He says, imagine that you're sitting in a room with no windows and there's only like a slot that people can pass papers through, right? And you in the room you have a rule book and you have like a dictionary of terms and you can receive these notes, right? So you get these notes and you take the papers and you go in the books and you follow the rules and you write down, you look at the symbols and you write down a response in symbols and you pass the notes back, right? But so the notes are written in Chinese and you don't speak Chinese, but you follow these rules, so you like come up with a response and you send it back to the whoever sent the note. To the person on the other side of the room, it looks like they're having a conversation with somebody. But in reality, there's no communication actually happening because you have no idea what is being said. You have no, like, you don't speak Chinese. So all you're doing is following rules that are like programmed into this system. And that, so he's saying that this is how a computer works. This is how programming a computer works. Programming software works, chatbots and AI and ChatGPT and all that shit. So no matter how much it like tricks you into thinking that it's conscious, it's not. Because it just is fundamentally different. And the reason that he's saying this, like that, you know, because that's like that's been for forever been kind of the standard, the gold standard, the Turing test from Alan Turing. So Alan Turing, he's the one who said that if a computer gets like sufficiently advanced to where it can trick everybody basically into thinking that it's conscious, then you have to admit that it's become conscious. Because this is like a old problem that goes so far back in philosophy, called the problem of other minds. And it's basically like the question, because like it's a lot of what we've been talking about, like the subjective experience. Like your experience of life is totally yours. I have no access to it. I have no idea how it feels to be you. I can like imagine, but I can't ever see what you see and see things exactly how you see them. Like I can't be you. So my idea that you have consciousness is really just an assumption that I'm making. Like, you know, it's like there's no way for me to confirm it absolutely. So in a sense, it's like a courtesy that we extend to each other. You know, and this is like, whatever, I'm not gonna read into this shit, but you know, it's like a whole old thing. It goes way fucking back. And it's related to like the, you know, how do you know that the red that I see is the same as the red you see? How do you know that it looks the same to you? Like it could look green to you, but you see it as red, and like whatever. There's all this stuff that goes into it, like optics, and you know, this is how an eye works, and this is what red looks like, and blah blah blah. Like the color, the light spectrum, shit, or whatever. But that still doesn't like tell me, you know, like. Because I can't tell like what you're actually seeing. I can never see it. So, and they call this like the problem of qualia. Like these things are qualitative. They're not quantitative. This is like a problem with the science stuff. You know, basically what John Searle is saying is right though, that there's like a categorical difference in how this works. You know, that like if we become, I've already been saying this, that like like technology and modernism in general. This is another reason why this like science conversation I think is important and everything. Like even like restricting ourselves to materialism and like scientific reductionism has like taken our willingness to think about other things and like restricted it. And it's like we're undergoing this like restriction and limitation, like self-limitation of our own consciousness, of our own like awareness, our capacity to be aware of the world. And once the fucking thing is in your mind, like 24/7, it's like you're sealed into that forever. You lost like free will, you know, you lost but even crazier is like what this guy is saying is like creating a whole society or creating a whole world full of like robots basically. It's like, I mean, with that whole panpsychism conversation, like maybe it's conscious in some way, but it's not in the way that we are. You know what I mean? It's not like we'll no longer be human anymore. And this is what like all these transhumanist people want, and like it's very like scientifically and like optimizationally motivated. It's like they think they're becoming better because they'll have like incredible eyesight and like all this like computational capacity and all that stuff, and you know, be less susceptible to disease because you have like a cybernetic body and all that. But like once this is what this guy's talking about. Like it's all got, like we become zombies, literally, like robot zombies. So I don't know. It's crazy. Anyways, there's like a whole lot more to this, and I want to tell you about the Rocco Basilisk thing too, because that's like something. Actually, it was posted on this website first. Somebody they took it down because it freaked people. Like people were complaining about it, saying that they were having like nightmares and shit about it, and it was like causing them anxiety. But But it's basically so imagine in the future, right, that an all-powerful AI is like Skynet basically is created, and it takes control of the world, and it starts like regulating and automating and optimizing everything, and it can retroactively like go back through history and knowledge and, you know, like internet data banks and all that shit and figure out like who opposed it and who supported it. And anybody who opposed it, it basically links them into like a eternal torture device where it keeps you alive, but it subjects you to, sends you to hell basically. So if you believe, so they call it an information hazard. It's like something that you're better off not knowing. That's why they took it down. I think they put it back eventually because whatever, but they say you're better off not knowing about it because once you know about it, if you, like, if there's any chance that you believe that this is possible, you should right now start trying to make that thing come into existence and supporting the creation of it. Because if it does, like, then you'll be safe. And knowing that and doing that, like, makes it more probable that it does come into existence. But if you oppose it, like, you're fucked. So, this entity, like, plays a role in my, like, Hidden Gods saga. You know, like humanity in one of the simulations becomes a superorganism like this that's all like linked into the Roko Basilisk AI, basically. So, but not like in the story I'm thinking of, it's like not quite as nefarious of an ending as it seems like, where it's like just this thing is a mindless fucking optimizer of one thing, like what this guy is saying in that first example, and everything else gets sacrificed to it, like, you know, optimizing for whatever it's optimizing for. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I'll probably be back like later. I might get back on, I don't know. It's good to talk about some of this shit. I'll keep this like up, so we can pick it back up later. But this is like a really good essay that this guy wrote. And I don't know. Like I feel a little more motivated now, like to work on some of this stuff, the script and the videos, and like maybe even we could start doing the Metapolitic stream again on Sunday. Trying to invite some people. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it feels nice. I appreciate you. I'll be back maybe later. If not, then tomorrow for sure. But either way, have a good night.